November meeting of the Nags Head Board of Commissioners please come to order. Let's begin this morning with a moment of silent meditation. Pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have a motion for adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second for adoption of the agenda. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none, it's so ordered. Andy, you have a new employee this morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Tiffany? So this morning I'd like to introduce our new zoning administrator, Tiffany Sanders. She is filling Dabney Shelton's old job. She comes to us from Currituck County, where she worked for 11 years as their permit technician and plans reviewer. So she has done a lot of very similar work. She basically reviewed all their residential plans, and that's what she's doing here. She's a certified floodplain manager. She's also a CHEMA LPO. She started about a month ago. She's hit the ground running. She's already improving our permit turnaround times. She's very enthusiastic and shows a lot of initiative, so we're very happy to have her. Just a little bit about her background. She's from Elizabeth City originally. She has 3 kids. Youngest is Aubrey. She's in preschool. She has a son, Chase, who's 7. He's in 1st grade, and a son, Aaron, who's 14, in 9th grade. I would say a little bit about hobbies, but when you have 3 kids, you don't really have any hobbies.
True.
We're very happy to have her. So with that, Tiffany.
We're certainly glad to have you on board. Wish you a very long career in Nags Head.
Happy to have you. Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Kim, we're celebrating that anniversary.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. It's my privilege to come before you this morning to recognize Vicki Wright for 10 years of service with the town. Vicki's an accounting technician in the Administrative Services Department. She started actually working the front desk receptionist cashier position. During the 10 years since then, she's filled in a variety of other positions, including billing taxes, water billing and collection, a little bit of everything. She's currently responsible for accounts payable and making sure that all the town's bills get paid accurately and efficiently and on time. With a $20 million budget, that's a lot of bills to pay. Very happy to have her for 10 years and hope to have her for a long time after this. Vicki Wright.
Vicki, thank you so much for all of your service.
Thank you.
Look forward to
Thank you so much.
quite a long career.
Thank you. You do a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chief Zort.
Good morning, Mayor and Board.
Morning.
It's my privilege to recognize Ocean Rescue Captain Chad Moats on his 10th anniversary with the town. Although Chad also has 4 previous summer seasons under his belt, so he really kind of extends that out. He's here with his wife, Stephanie. They say behind every great man is a greater woman, and she definitely supports Chad 100%. Chad's originally from Nova Scotia, and he graduated from St. Francis Xavier University and achieved a double major in human kinetics and education. He and Steph live here in Nags Head with their 2 4-month-old twin boys, William and Joseph. Wonderful, growing, and we hope they're on a training regime because in 18 years we're going to need them on the beach, okay? As we all know, the growing summer beach population demands the competent delivery, prevention, and rescue services. Chad's ability to successfully assemble, lead, train, and organize a diverse group of 35 employees, which you meet every year, tasked with the safety of beach patrons, is just excellent. He maintains himself in top physical shape and is a ferocious competitor, often winning open water competitions and the local community running races that you see. He often takes first place, and he's really unbelievable. Chad fulfills the role of certification and training officer with the USLA, and he is thereby exposed to all the most updated and best practices that the life-saving service has to offer, and he brings those back to the town of Nags Head for us. We really appreciate that. One of Chad's valuable strengths is his collaboration with other lifeguard and ocean rescue agencies, not only here in Dare County, but in the region and nationally. And he worked last year to organize the first Southeast Regional Lifeguard Competition at Jeanette's Pier in Nags Head, and was wonderfully successful. Over 200 people attended, competed, and I don't know how many other people attended as a result of that. Really brought a lot of great business to the town. Chad's very versatile. He works in the fire department as a firefighter EMT in his off season, so he helps us there with cross-training and really cross-trains a lot in fire and rescue tactics. In closing, Ocean Rescue Captain Moats is a caring and involved employee who creates a climate of staff motivation and teamwork in the fire department. His contributions in water safety are significant, and we have a file full of appreciation letters from the community to prove that. Chad will calmly tell you that he's just doing his job, but his presence directly contributes to the safety of the beach patrons in Nags Head. It's my pleasure to recognize Chad Moats on his 10th anniversary. Please step forward and get congratulated by the board.
Chad, thank you so much for the great job that you're doing. I read about you all the time.
We appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Yeah,
Congratulations
your
on the
impact
twins.
goes way past 10 years. Good job.
I agree.
Next item on the agenda is a proclamation for Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month. And I'll read this. Whereas Alzheimer's disease is a devastating disease that affects 5 million people in the United States and their families. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is a progressive degenerative disease and is the most common form of dementia. And whereas Alzheimer's disease causes deterioration of memory and thinking and erodes judgment and reasoning ability. It also affects behavior, emotions, and the ability for care for oneself. And whereas there is no cure for Alzheimer's disease, and whereas according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Alzheimer's disease is the 6th leading cause of death for American adults and the 5th leading cause of death in adults aged 65 and older. And whereas the town of Nags Head joins individuals, families, friends, and caregivers dealing with the effects of Alzheimer's disease in promoting research to find a cause and cure, and in supporting educational programs and support services. And whereas the National Commemorative Candle Lighting is in an annual event sponsored by the Alzheimer's Foundation of America to remember and honor Americans who have been or will be affected by Alzheimer's disease or related illness. And whereas the town of Nags Head supports the Alzheimer's Foundation of America commemoration to honor those whose lives have been affected by Alzheimer's disease or similar related illnesses. Therefore, the Nags Head Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims November 2014 as Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month in the town of Nags Head and commends its observance to all our citizens. This is the 5th day of November 2014. Do we have a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, there being none, and it's awarded. Next, we'll open our meeting for audience response. I would ask those of you who would like to speak on any item that you would like to speak on that's not a subject of a public hearing this morning, go ahead and speak at this time. I'd ask that you'd hold your comments to 5 minutes if you could, please. Is there anybody who would like to speak in audience response this morning?
Mayor and Commissioners,
Yes, Richard?
you may recall, my name is Richard Murphy. Those of you that do not know me, I live at 8817 South Old Oregon Inlet Road. You'll recall last month I gave a brief synopsis of some of the laws and regulations, mentioned that I would bring that back to the Commissioners, and at this point in time, I wanted to give you a brief summary. Both federal and state statutes mandate the manner within which elected and appointed municipal board members conduct ourselves. Mayor Edwards' action that you have orchestrated against me have not only pushed things beyond the window of ethical behavior, but have crossed the lines from hardball politics to possible criminal action. First of all, you should have reclused yourself from voting to approve a letter from the Board of Commissioners asking for my resignation. Failing to do so placed you in violation of 28 U.S.C. Section 144, bias and prejudice. A person shall disqualify himself in any proceedings in which his impartiality might be reasonably questioned, where he has a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party or personal knowledge of disputed evidentiary facts concerning the proceedings. Pressuring me to resign and threatening me with publicly forced removal by the Board of Commissioners if I did not comply with your demand can be construed as political abuse. Abuse of official capacity or coercion of a public servant. There are laws that circumvent you from using your discretion as mayor, from using strong tactics to push out a public servant. There's a law against knowingly transmitting a false report. Your distortion of the facts to the Board of Commissioners violates this law. The mayor, Patrick Cannon, Patrick Cannon, the newly elected and now former mayor of Charlotte, was elected in November of 2013. He resigned in March of 2014 after pleading guilty to corruption, abuse of power, and favoritism in zoning approvals. He has recently been sentenced to 44 months in prison. Rick Perry, the governor from Texas, who has been governor for 14 years, has been indicted for abuse of official capacity and coercion of public servants. The abuse charges carry a penalty of 2 to 99 years in prison, and the coercion charges carry a penalty of 2 to 10 years in prison. All of us make mistakes, but not every one of us can or are willing to accept responsibility of our actions. My father taught me the 5 steps of responsibility. Accept responsibility for your actions, admit you were wrong, learn from your mistake and try not to repeat it. Do whatever you can to rectify things, and above all, apologize. I have asked and expect a public apology so that this charade can end. You chose to make these unsubstantiated allegations and tarnish my reputation. In this case, Mayor, you were wrong. Be man enough to admit it. I would encourage you to seriously consider my simple request for a public apology so we can move forward with town business. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Any other comments this morning? If not, I'll declare public comments closed. Next item is the consent agenda. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to adopt as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to adopt as presented. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. There being none, so ordered. Next item is public hearing to consider a preliminary subdivision plat with subdivision variance waiver requested submitted by Ray Meekins on behalf of property owner Shirley Meekins for the creation of a two-lot subdivision. Mr. Leidy, would you like to conduct that public hearing for us, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will begin the public hearing to consider the preliminary subdivision plat and subdivision variance waiver requests that were submitted by Ray Meekins on behalf of property owner Shirley Weeks for the creation of a two-lot subdivision. This property is currently zoned SPD-C, Village Special Plan Development, Commercial 2 District, and is located at 109 East Mall Drive. I'll remind the board that on this matter, the board sits as a quasi-judicial body, which means that the board's decision must comply with certain requirements. The decision must be based on competent, material, and relevant evidence. The decision must also be based on and consistent with the requirements of town ordinance. The board must act based upon admissible evidence, and therefore anyone who is going to participate in this proceeding in providing evidence will need to approach the clerk and receive the oath. So at this time, all those who will participate in presenting evidence as witnesses, please approach Ms. Morris, and she will administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. I will also remind the board that on this matter, there are certain other requirements, and particularly the board, in deciding a conditional use permit or this type of request, it is imperative that no member be involved in deliberations who has a conflict whereby that person would not be an impartial decision maker. Impermissible conflicts include, but are not limited to, a member having a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not subject to change, undisclosed ex parte communications, a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with anyone affected by the hearing, or a direct financial interest in the outcome of this hearing. Of course, previously undisclosed ex parte communications which have not caused you to develop a fixed opinion may be cured through the disclosure of facts or information that have been obtained, and making that disclosure on the record now. If any of the other situations are applicable to any of the members of the board, that member should be recused from participation in this matter by vote of the remainder of the board. At this time, I ask whether any members of the Board of Commissioners have any conflicts which would potentially keep you from being an impartial decision maker, or have you received any undisclosed communications or information which should be disclosed at this time? All right, thank you very much. The last thing I will point out as we proceed is just a reminder that the legislature amended the statutes dealing with variance requests in 2013 and changed the standard. This standard is now reflected in the town's ordinance. The old standard was that an applicant must make a showing that they can make no reasonable use of their property in order to obtain this type of waiver or variance. The new standard is that the applicant must establish that they will suffer an unnecessary hardship from the strict application of the ordinance. And so that will be what the board should focus on as you receive this evidence. And so we'll begin this matter by receiving the staff's analysis presented by Kelly Wyatt.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you this morning is an application that's been put together by Ray Meekins, Mike Robinson, and attorney Elizabeth Robbins for a proposal for a two-lot major subdivision for the property owned by Shirley Weeks at 109 Mall Drive. The property is located within the Village Commercial 2 District. It totals 25,600 square feet in area. The property owner would like to split this parcel, creating two single-family dwelling lots and designating the lots from commercial to residential and specifically village detached single-family SF2. Each parcel meets the minimum requirements for lot width and lot area for the district, and the appropriate setbacks are shown. However, access to these lots is currently not provided in compliance with the town code. The subdivision ordinance requires that any subdivision of land must have access to a public street or highway improved to the standards of the town or NCDOT, and further meets the right-of-way width and requirements of the town code, which in this case is going to be 40 feet. The subdivision is being proposed to access from an easement. I think probably everyone's familiar with it, but this is the private easement that runs along the backside of formerly PNC Bank, Cotton Gin right here. This is the lot in question, and as you can see, there's a proposal for two single-family dwelling lots with a shared driveway right in the center. In order to comply with the subdivision requirement, the applicant would need to bring the roadway up to public road standards, and this is where the applicant has chosen to request a variance from those standards. You may recall from previous applications, the subdivision variance waiver requests come through the Planning Board and Board of Commissioners, not the Board of Adjustment. I've included portions of the subdivision ordinance in your packet from which the variance and waivers are being sought. Again, to piggyback on what Attorney Leidy said, in order to grant a subdivision variance or waiver, the applicant must demonstrate that a necessary hardship would result from compliance with the chapter. Mr. Meekins has included in his application a request for the necessary variances. He has noted that while the roadway may not be designated as public, it is open to public use and is not restricted from such use on the ground. Additionally, Attorney Elizabeth Robbins has provided a memo in your packet as to the required findings of fact, and I believe she actually has some additional information to present to you this morning at the appropriate time. For an internal staff review, the town engineer would recommend that if the waiver from the street standard is granted, that a requirement remain in place that the applicant perform testing of the existing pavement to determine that it is constructed to town standards. The fire department has reviewed and approved the proposal. This area is serviced by the village wastewater system, so prior to issuance of any zoning or building permits, we will need a letter stating that there is the capacity to do so. Staff would note that there is language in the 2010 land use plan which states once a property is residential, it then cannot be rezoned back to commercial, so that should be taken into consideration, as currently this site is village commercial, and again the request is to go to single family. Staff has provided numerous findings for the board's consideration. Staff would recommend approval of the proposed subdivision and waivers conditional upon the appropriate utility easements being shown, which I believe that has taken place at this point. That was revised with Mike Robinson's plat. And the necessary pavement testing to ensure the existing road is constructed to town standards. The planning board voted 5-2 to recommend approval of the proposed subdivision and variance and waiver requests. Happy to answer any questions, and again, in the audience, we have Attorney Elizabeth Robbins, Ray Meekins, and the property owner, Mrs. Weeks.
All right, does the board have any questions for Ms. Wyatt?
I've got one, Kelly, and that is that that easement that is being considered as the entranceway there, under the original covenants of the village, those easements would have to be 20 feet, but 24 feet, but they could be as much as 12 feet on each property owner, or they didn't necessarily have to be that way. Is this easement entirely on Ms. Meekin's property, or is it one of those that split 12 feet and 12 feet?
It's not split 12 feet, 12 feet. The majority of the easement is on Mrs. Weeks' property, and I can't see the numbers up there, but Ray can probably speak specifically to that. I want to say that it's almost 18, 19? 19 feet of the easement is on Mrs. Weeks' property.
5 feet on the other property?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Wyatt? Yes, Mr. Ratzenberger.
Minimum street width?
Within the village, I believe the minimum street width is 20 feet, with the right-of-way being 40.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Robbins, do you have any questions for Ms. Wyatt?
Not this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other presentation from staff at this
No,
time?
sir.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Wyatt. Ms. Robbins, at this time, you can make your presentation on behalf of the applicant.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Elizabeth Robbins, and I am a North Carolina licensed attorney and a partner in the law firm of Casey and Robbins, located in Nags Head. I'm here today, along with Ray Meekins and Shirley Weeks, to speak on behalf of Ms. Weeks. We are here today because we are seeking approval of Ms. Weeks' proposal two-lot subdivision located at 109 Mall Drive. This proposed subdivision has already been recommended by staff with conditions, including the support of the town engineer as well as the fire department. Also, this subdivision, I would like to add, would solve more problems than it would create, which I will address in just a second. I'm here today because we are dealing with a atypical situation, obviously. This easement is quite unusual. And the issue before us, as we has proposed, is whether or not the waiver should be granted from the requirement that all lots of a subdivision be fronted by a public street. I submit to you, for all intents and purposes, this 24-foot access easement is a public street. The public has unfettered access to it. It's used as an ingress and egress for 2 commercial properties. So like I said, for all intents and purposes, it is a public road. In fact, I'm sure many of you have used this public road to bypass traffic on the 158 or Highway 12. Also, with the creation of each lot with the bank and with the cotton gin, there has been, the easement has grown in size. Like I said, this is an atypical easement. It has been created with the approval of each of these parcels. So it started from, as best I can determine, started from access to the bank and then has grown to become a thoroughfare behind these commercial properties. So Mr. Meekins may also be able to provide you with additional details of how this roadway came to fruition, because it is a little unusual. But first, let me address the findings of fact that Ms. Weeks was asked to submit. I did provide the board with a memo that addressed the hardships that Ms. Weeks would face if the subdivision is not approved. The first finding of fact is that an unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance. For Ms. Weeks, the unnecessary hardship on this first prong is that there would be no access to Lot 4-8B. That's the one to the south. It's hard to read. Without using, there'd be no access without being able to use this current roadway or access easement as it exists. The second hardship is that the hardship must result from conditions that are particular to the property, such as size, location, or topography. Like I said, these lots are fronted and have been created, or the roadway has been created with the development of each of these lots on the commercial properties. So with the approval of the bank, we had a piece of the road approved as an easement. With the Cotton Gin, we've had another piece of the road or easement approved. So the town has already approved this roadway, while technically not being a roadway. For all intents and purposes, it is. So that's a unique aspect to the location of these two lots. The third prong is the hardship did not result from the actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. The hardship did not result from any action that Ms. Weeks has taken. In fact, this 24-foot access easement was a pre-existing condition to her purchase of the lots. It has been there for many years, and like I said, been used by the public for many years as well. Fourth, the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. Several facts support the meeting of this fourth criteria. First, this subdivision supports the town's goal of small-scale development. We're only asking for the addition of one lot here. It also encourages the town plan of using interior feeder roads as opposed to direct access from Highway 158. Also, I've also said that this road this subdivision has been previously recommended by staff with conditions of pavement testing, which Ms. Weeks is happy to conduct additional pavement testing to ensure that this roadway meets public road standards. The fire department has also approved this road for public safety purposes. And lastly, I'm not done yet, but also want to add that Lot 25, which is south of the proposed development, which has similar conditions in terms of that lot is also not fronted by a public road. That subdivision was approved by the board back in 2002. So there is a precedence of a lot under similar conditions being approved by the road. So I want to take a minute to ask and put forth what is the thought behind having the public road requirement in the ordinance? Well, number one, you want to provide a safe means of travel for those using the road. Number two, you also want to provide convenience and controlled traffic. Also, you want to make sure that there's public safety, that emergency vehicles like EMS and fire can safely access the property. And as I've said, this roadway does meet all those requirements because the fire department has approved it for public safety purposes. The public has unfettered access to this road as a thoroughfare. So, as I've said, for all intents and purposes, this 24-foot access easement is a public road. practical reasons, as I promised I would tell you, for approving this subdivision is that the subdivision would solve more problems than it would create. In terms of traffic, the subdivision would eliminate any access from Mall Drive by use of the shared driveway between the two lots. As I said, it does not threaten public safety because the fire department has already approved the access easement or roadway as being usable. Also, I'd like to point out that the proposed subdivision also resolves a current stormwater management issue that currently exists right now, and Mr. Meekins can more specifically address that if you would like for him to. Also, I'd like to point out that the addition of one lot would not have a negative substantial effect on the area as a whole. The addition of one lot is not going to contribute significant traffic than what's already there. This road already serves as egress and ingress for at least two commercial properties, if not more. So this proposed subdivision does not substantially change the existing character of the area as a whole. You can see directly behind, well, not directly behind, but on the facing Highway 12, there are plenty of residential lots behind there. So it's not going to have a significant impact on changing the character of the area. Also, as I said, the town has already approved this roadway with the approval of the bank lot as well as the Cotton Gin lot. So I would just ask today for your approval of this subdivision lot, and because the current roadway at issue does meet the spirit and general purpose and intent of the public road ordinance, and I request that the board vote in favor of the subdivision. And so I thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robbins. Ms. Cahoon.
I believe you stated that the lot was, this lot was created at no, by Ms. Weeks, that it was not any subdivision. Maybe I've got it, maybe I'm phrasing it wrong. Was this lot created as part of a subdivision when the playhouse disappeared? Was this lot part of a bigger lot?
Do you want to answer?
So this
Yes.
lot was created as part of a subdivision of a larger piece of property?
Yes.
So the owners knew what they were creating when they subdivided it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Robbins?
I have two questions.
Sure.
One, just to clarify, you are requesting a rezoning of this property?
Yes.
From commercial, village commercial to residential, but single family?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the other question is, these roads were, under the original covenants, were to be interior circulation roads for commercial purposes, and each owner shall be calculated, share of the maintenance shall be calculated based on road owner frontage. In your agreement with the landowners to, the adjacent owners to let you use their right-of-way, have you addressed that maintenance issue?
I know Ms. Weeks does pay as part of her tax base for her 19 feet of the easement. I'm not sure what sort of maintenance she has been required of her in the past years. But I'm sure.
You haven't reached an agreement with the adjacent property owners to waive that section of the original covenants?
No.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Cahoon.
One more comment. You made a comment about, you're sure that all of us had used that easement at some point in time? Just to clarify, I refuse to use that easement because there's a dip in there that has a manhole cover in it that pops up and hits the bottom of your car. So I just want to make sure.
Duly noted.
that-
Any other questions for Ms. Robbins? Before you, I have a question for you, Ms. Robbins. Ms. Wyatt pointed to several proposed findings that staff suggests can be made. Do you have any comments on those 7 different proposed findings?
No.
Okay. Do you have any other evidence you wish to present at this time, through the applicant or Mr. Meekins or otherwise?
Not at this time, no, sir.
No further evidence, okay. Does the board wish to receive any further evidence before it begins deliberations on this matter?
I think we have the others ready to speak if they...
Are there others who are, oh, yes. If there are other members here who are sworn and prepared to offer evidence on this proposal, this would be your opportunity then to go ahead and approach the podium, tell us who you are, where you live, and then present your evidence. It's first come, first serve.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Brian Brumfield. I'm from the town of Nags Head and Old Nags Head Cove, and I'm representing Miss Elizabeth Beaver, the adjacent property owner. And we're looking at this proposal going, hey, what about us? We'd like to be involved in this process too. If it works for them, then maybe it'll work for us to subdivide into 2 lots. But some of the numbers don't calculate the way I read it. My lot, according to what I had surveyed, says it's 60-foot wide. Your proposal says my lot is 79 feet wide. So I would think we really need to look at this pretty hard and make sure that numbers are correct. And I don't know how we do that other than getting the surveyors to agree on everything and having you guys approve it. I recommend tabling this until we can see if we can be part of this annexation to what's going on here. Because we haven't had time to, we just found out about this, and I think we need to be a part of this process. So if we can get 2 lots out of our property, then it would benefit my people. So that's what I'm here to do, is to see how can we let that road run all the way through and have it approved by the town, and also have the advantage of making 2 lots out of 1.
All right, Mr. Brumfield, does the board have any questions for Mr. Brumfield?
Brian, I'd like for you to point out on the drawing that the exact property you're talking about.
Can you use your, Mr. Brumfield, can you use your pointer up there, the laser pointer, and show us the property you're talking about?
That lot right there says 79 feet. My plat says 60.5 feet.
The road is, the easement's another 19.5.
Well,
Yeah. Well, he's pointing us right here.
yeah, I'm 65, if you look at their plat, it says 79.5. So that's just one of the many things, but we would like to be a part of this process as far as moving that road right on through over to where it hits the semi-oceanfront lots, and then everybody gets what they want, regardless of what the numbers say. The problem may be a cul-de-sac turnaround, or we use the driveways for a turnaround, or we approach one from Mall Drive, or we approach one from the Center Drive. There's several ways to skin the cat here. Which way is the best? We don't know because we haven't had time to research it.
Does the board have any other questions for Mr. Brumfield? Does Ms. Wyatt or Mr. Garman, does staff have any questions for Mr. Brumfield? All right, and Ms. Robbins, do you have any questions you would like to ask Mr. Brumfield? All right, thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else who wishes to present evidence regarding this application and request? Next person up. All right, is there no one else who wishes to present any evidence? Ms. Robbins, do you have, in response to Mr. Brumfield's testimony and evidence, do you have any further evidence you wish to present?
Mr. Meekins would also like an opportunity to address the issue, but I would just remind the board that in reviewing a variance request, you need to keep in mind of the property at issue and not contemplate other properties as well.
Good morning, Ray Meekins with Seaboard Surveying and Planning.
Morning, Ray.
Brian brings up a good point that the plat as presented indicates that lot 4-7 is 79.5 feet wide. That is a typographical error, as both lots, the lot that he's referring to and Ms. Weeks' lot, is 60.5 feet wide of usable space, and I have the recorded plat where those lots were created that we can put on the screen, which I think might be appropriate.
If you want to present that to Ms. Thuman, you can present that evidence that way.
What you're looking at is a copy of the approved division that created the two lots, Mrs. Weeks' lot and the adjacent lot that Brian was referring to. So you can see that Mrs. Weeks has 79.5 feet, 60.5 plus the 19, whereas the lot directly east is also 60.5. The attempt at that point was to divide that property into two usable parcels, 60.5 feet wide. So again, he correctly indicates that the plat I submitted indicates the lot to the east at 79.5, and that is a typographical error. So I'd be glad to answer any further questions about that issue.
All right, does the board have any questions for Mr. Meekins on that or any other issue? Yes, Ms. Walters.
On the site plan, there's a proposed shared driveway that is 12 feet in width to service both lots. And I can't tell what the length of that driveway is on my screen.
It's a total of 20 feet in width, 10 feet on each of the two lots proposed.
And what's the length?
The length goes back to the rear 15-foot setback. So it's a total of 45.5 feet deep from the easement to the east.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Demers?
I'd like to follow up on that. It kind of leads into my area of questioning, and that is the stormwater capacity. The sheet 2 that shows that driveway looks like that driveway is a lot shorter. And Roberta, could you bring up F1 sheet 2 from the packet? Looks like that driveway is a lot shorter, and it shows swales coming down to the end of the driveway. And so I was curious, now that you say that driveway goes all the way to the rear setback, what that does to the stormwater swales, and is there any overall impact on the lot?
I think what you're seeing on sheet 2, you're referring to Mike Robinson's plans. He's indicating the pavement as well, but my plat is referring to the actual right-of-way on paper, if you will. So he's showing pavement going back not near as far as the actual right-of-way that I was discussing on my plat. So the shared driveway easement is 20 foot in width all the way back to the rear setback, but Mike Robinson's plat shows the driveway, the pavement, not going near that far back.
Okay, so what does that do to your swales then?
It leaves room for those swales to, as he shows on sheet 3, he has the swales coming up into the shared driveway to catch the water from the end of that pavement section.
Okay, I'm trying to look at sheet 3 now.
And again, his plan shows a new flume at that low spot within the 24-foot easement that is problematic at the moment. He's picking up that water and diverting it into the swales on Miss Weeks' property in an attempt to solve that current issue with stormwater.
Okay, so which design are we looking at then? That short driveway or the long driveway? Do we have the plat on the longer driveway?
There is no longer driveway. On my plat, it's just an easement dedicated for the use of the shared driveway. I projected it all the way back to the rear setback of 15 feet. That's not the pavement itself that Mike is showing on his drawing.
I'm pretty confused about that.
Are you, Mr. Meekins, are you saying that your survey reflects the width of the entire easement without distinguishing what's paved and what's not paved?
Exactly.
And Mr. Robinson's, his reflects the portion that is actually paved?
Exactly.
So they're not inconsistent, they just show different things?
Exactly.
Is that what, that's what I thought you were saying. Does that help? Ms. Walters?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but this does say a proposed 12-foot wide concrete driveway.
Right.
But
Which is good for what, 2 smart cars?
that, yeah,
That's not the total parking for each lot. That's just an entryway. And then the driveways will branch off to each lot out of that. That's the shared portion off of the 24-foot easement.
That answer your question, Ms. Walters?
sort of.
Maybe
I guess I can't visualize what the intent is here, that's all, you know.
Well, the
I'm
intent
just-
would be what Mike is depicting, Mike Robinson, is the infrastructure that Ms. Weeks would create initially. And then upon a site plan being presented for either lot, that's where you would see a further driveway coming off of the shared driveway to serve each dwelling. And the parking is not all within that shared driveway. That's just an entryway to the easement that's shared by both lots.
All right, well, just above where you see the 12 feet, that is still swale for stormwater, is that correct?
No, the stormwater is just to the right of the end of the driveway. That's proposed swale right there.
So on this, what you're showing now, what is the length of this proposed concrete driveway?
I'm going to estimate it's around 20 feet off of the edge of the pavement. He doesn't have a dimension on it, but I would say it's about 20 feet deep.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Cahoon?
Roberta, can you scroll up a little bit? Nope, sorry, the other way. A little bit further. Right here, that, I believe, is the area that floods and nobody can tell that it's going to drop off. And the manhole cover is in there. Are you proposing to take all the storm water from that hidden gully when it rains over into the swale?
I think the grades are proposed such that the water would flow in that direction. Now, Mike's not here to address the technical side of that, but in general, I think that's what's going to happen.
This area right here is the one that is like the hidden valley when it rains? And
There's a
that's a big
valley.
concern of mine.
Yes, Renee, there is a valley gutter. There's a valley gutter there, and also of note is a flume on the bypass side that was built originally to receive the water to go in that direction.
And what it does when it rains is people that use that can't tell that the pavement is going to be a deep drop-off. And if they do know that road, they go slow and then all of a sudden pop up. So that area just creates chaos in my mind. Because I worry about what happens when people come down and use that road and then their cars get hit. Who is liable for that? Is there anybody that's liable for that condition that exists if there's damage occurred?
I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Okay,
Demers?
thank you.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question of staff, if I may. I believe this was reviewed for stormwater adequacy. Would either Andy or Kelly, or if our engineer's been sworn, can you give us your evaluation of these trouble spot areas where the valley is and the end of the driveway, and what you foresee would come out of that?
Yes, thank you. Roberta, can you zoom out, please? Okay, that's good right there. So the existing topography surrounding this subject property is that it's higher here in this location in the proximity of the bank and the cotton gin. You've got the roadway, and then it drops off right here where the proposed subdivision is located. As part of the technical review for this project, it was asked of the applicant's engineer to review the tributary runoff from these adjoining properties to incorporate that into the stormwater management design. A part of that review also included that little valley section within the existing roadway, and seeing if there was any potential modifications to that to go ahead and remove that existing impediment. At this current time, there is no proposal to formalize that improvement. But as far as addressing the runoff from the adjoining properties, that is incorporated into the stormwater management system design.
Okay, and part of that swale system is that peninsula that kind of projects out towards the end of what's called the 12-foot concrete driveway on this sheet?
Right there. Yes,
Right.
that's part of the overall system. That's
And
correct.
that area is critical to the proper functioning of the stormwater management?
Yes. Basically, we're trying to meet a volumetric requirement. That's the 1.5-inch rainfall runoff from not only the proposed improvements, but also from the tributary runoff from the adjoining property. So that's all been considered within that design.
So do you see it feasible for driveways to be incorporated off the end of this existing shown driveway without disturbing that critical stormwater swale area?
There has not been a plan that has been submitted to date that shows the specific improvements for either one of these properties, so it's hard for me to go ahead and speculate whether that could or could not occur.
Okay. I'm just having trouble visualizing how vehicles would pull into that driveway as shown and then proceed onto individual driveways for each lot without encroaching upon that stormwater area, which must be an important area, or else it wouldn't be shown as projecting out like it does. Thank you.
To attempt to answer that, if there is a concern about the overall length of this driveway and apron, this could be shortened up, and it could be made up in this area right here to basically replace that volume that's shown. So there is an opportunity for that. But again, we didn't get into the specifics of the layout of that existing driveway apron and how that integrated into the stormwater management system.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am?
Do we know who maintains this access now? Is it?
As far as I know, and I've had some conversations with the Public Works Director on this, I don't believe that there's been any maintenance that has been performed on this existing roadway over the course of the years post-installation.
So there's no,
Not that the
your
town is
question,
aware
there
of.
is no maintenance agreement for this access currently?
I'm not saying that there's not a maintenance agreement in place.
Not aware
As
of
far as actual maintenance being performed, the town doesn't have any record of any maintenance being performed on this roadway.
Okay, thank you.
Under the original ordinance.
You have questions?
I have some questions for staff, and I'm glad we finally got to the road, because I'm still fuzzy on that. So we don't know the quality of the road. There will be some increase in traffic if we put two houses back there, even if it's just a couple dozen cars during the summer.
And that is correct.
There will be. So, and there's a maintenance agreement that's apparently not, I mean, maintenance is not being done, there is an agreement. And the agreement responsibility falls on who, the commercial lots? Who is responsible?
I don't know if I can answer the specifics of the actual maintenance agreement. You'll note that one of the conditions that is attached, based upon staff review, is pavement investigation
Right.
being performed for this. So we know up front what that condition of that road is and how it conforms to the current town standards.
I mean, this thing is 24 feet wide, but 19 of it is on the one property, and 5 then I guess belongs to the commercial lot 1 and lot 2 to the west.
That's correct.
What happens to that road, or is there anything that prevents those 2 commercial lots from expanding 5 more feet onto that road? We don't know what the PNC Bank might become. And so what happens if somebody comes in and says, that's it, I want to put in the shop and take that 5 feet? That's no longer than a town standard road, or is that something that can't happen, or what?
I believe that the minimum roadway surface width is 20 feet within that district. So even if it was reduced, they could go as little as 20 feet.
What if they went,
and still
what
comply.
if they took 5 feet out of 24? That's 19, that's not 20.
That does present a problem.
So, I mean, I, you know, I realize we can't project all the way to the future, but
Ray Meekins did provide us with a copy of the covenants, which he had here, and it speaks to the maintenance, and I think I heard this before. But basically, the owners are responsible for the maintenance of the street adjacent to their frontage.
Based on frontage.
Right. So that can be complicated at times.
Had one other question, Andy, you probably bet as good to answer it as anybody. Our parking ordinance requires a 12-foot access for our fire department and emergency services to the front of the house, as I recall. That's the language, isn't it?
That's correct.
All right, and I have a problem with the shared driveway. I don't see any way that we could get a fire engine in there with a 12-foot access to the front of the house with the driveway that's shown on this drawing.
Well, that's just a shared access, so there doesn't have to be 2 driveways on the street. There's just one connection from both of those lots. I think they were trying to address a town concern about having multiple accesses on the street. However, these houses will likely provide internal driveways from that 12-foot wide shared driveway of their own, and those would also be required to be 12 feet wide. That would be addressed at the site plan level if these lots were created. Now, as far as emergency access, one thing that's unique to these lots is they're very shallow and wide. And so, I mean, Chief Zork would be able to speak to this better than I could, but it's more than likely that the fire operations would occur from the access easement because it's so close. It would likely be so close to the dwellings.
I can't, I need to be sworn in, I think.
If you'll take the oath, Chief.
Thank you very much.
do believe the lots in question can be serviced from the roadway, the access roadway. You know, there's never enough room with residential driveways. We certainly utilize the roadway in many occasions to service homes or otherwise start fire attacks, but driveways are always limiting. More is better, but we can fight fire and provide emergency services access to these homes if provided there aren't multiple cars and things stacked up in the driveway.
But this, as far as, and probably should ask Andy this, as far as our parking ordinance is concerned, this would be another variance. If you, rather than being able to address from the front of the house, you'd have to address from the driveway, from the public street.
I don't think that would require a variance. I think that the concrete, Kelly just pointed this out to me, the concrete apron he shows on there, that's just for your reference. That's not, you're not being asked to approve that at this time. However, that shared driveway that he shows is actually going to have to be 16 feet wide based on our ordinance. Now, the individual driveways coming off of that would have to be 12, but that shared driveway would have to be 16. So that is a change, and once again, he's showing that for your reference, but that's not what you're approving. What you're approving actually shows a 20-foot wide, access area, shared access area, so they could construct a 16-foot wide shared driveway within that 20-foot wide access easement area. Roberta, could you show the original plat? Sure. No, not that one. The one. I'm sorry. So what he shows here, he's got the dark dashed lines. That's the 20-foot wide easement that he's showing for the purposes of the shared driveway, and they would simply construct a 16-foot wide concrete shared driveway within that, and then each lot would access the house off of that.
So are you, Andy, are you saying that what's being proposed by the applicant here with respect to that access does meet town requirements in terms of its width?
It's
the
20,
shared access.
It's 20 feet wide, and for the shared driveway, we need a 16-foot wide driveway. So they would be able to construct that 16-foot wide driveway in that 20-foot space, and then you'd have two driveways coming off of that would be at least 12 feet wide to access the houses.
Other questions for Mr. Garman? Or for Chief Zork? Any other questions for Chief Zork? Ms. Robbins, do you have any questions for Mr. Garman or Chief Zork? All right, any further evidence by anyone else at this time? Ms. Robbins, do you wish to present any further evidence in support of this application at this time? Before we conclude the hearing? Does the board wish to receive any further evidence? Have any other questions for staff or the applicant? Yes, Ms. Cahoon.
I have a question for you.
Oh, okay. I didn't invite that. Yes, ma'am.
Remind me again that the reason to grant a variance is to show hardship?
The standard is that the applicant must demonstrate that an unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance. It's not necessary to demonstrate that in the absence of the variance that no reasonable use can be made of the property. So the question for the board's consideration is whether the evidence demonstrates that that an unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance, providing that town-owned or public right-of-way requirement.
And if it was self-induced?
Well, one of the findings that must be made is that the hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner. However, the statute and the ordinance both provide that the act of purchasing the property with knowledge that the circumstances exist that might justify the granting of a variance shall not be regarded as a self-created hardship.
So my question goes back to if the original lot, the big lot, was owned by the applicant, that's not, they created their own subdivision.
I think what you're saying is, the question is, if they created the subdivision that resulted in this private right-of-way instead of a town-owned right-of-way, could that be the basis for finding that the hardship did result from actions taken by the applicant? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, well.
I think the answer is yes.
The lot that the Beavers own, at one point was part of the original big lot that is currently partially owned by Ms. Weeks now. Beaver and Weeks all at one point that was all one lot.
I think the question is whether the resulting hardship, though, that is the fact that there is not a town-owned street there, but instead a privately, an easement right amongst the private property owners. The question is whether that hardship resulted from actions taken by the applicant.
Thank you.
I think that's the question.
Thank you very much.
Other questions for the, or does the board have any other questions for staff or the applicant? Yes, sir.
Run that last statement. Could you run that by me again?
I hope so.
We gave you two chances out of three, all right?
2 strikes. What I was saying is that the proposed hardship here is the fact that the lots do not front on a town-owned street in accordance with the town code. The question I was pointing out is for the board to consider whether the applicant's actions were responsible for the lots fronting on something other than town-owned street. Because I think if that's one of the inquiries you're going to have to make in deciding whether the hardship resulted from actions taken by the applicant or property owner. So think of it this way. If they were to have purchased this property with this frontage configuration, that would not be a hardship that resulted from their own actions, according to the statute, because purchasing the property with the limitation is not an action that's attributable to the owner for whatever reason. But what you can look at is whether the landowner or applicant here has taken actions that created the hardship that they're complaining about now.
Okay, well, let me, and caution me if I'm going too far afield here. In the case of the Beavers then, who purchased it, the lot, then, well, never mind, maybe I'm not supposed to, I'm just, okay, thank you.
All right, other questions for,
I have one for you also.
okay. Yes, Ms. Walters.
It relates to the covenants. If this were approved, what happens to these covenants? Because they are specific to commercial, it appears they're specific to commercial properties. What happens to these covenants with this change? Because, and if I look down at Article 3, which refers to the easements, the maintenance, and a committee consisting of one representative from each record owner of property within the commercial area shall determine what maintenance is necessary and proper for the continued quality of the interior roadways. So it sounds as though the committee does not exist or has not met in a significant amount of time, but what happens to these covenants if this were approved?
I don't have an opinion on that, because I haven't studied the covenants with that in mind. Essentially what you're saying is there going to be some violation of the covenants if one of the owners is no longer the owner of a commercial lot here, because if the covenants are somehow conditioned on or contemplate that the properties will remain commercial. If there's a change, I don't have an opinion as to how that will affect that. It may have an effect on the covenants, it may not. That's something I think that the applicant may want to address, because I think that might be something that they should present evidence on as to the future maintenance of the easement. You want to comment on that, Ms. Robbins? Have any position about
Let me ask
that?
a supporting question first. We're not really changing the fact that it's in the commercial subdivision, we're changing that it's whether it's a commercial use or a residential use.
You're rezoning it.
But residential is permitted in commercial. Not the village. I should know that.
That's the next question I had, Mr. Lai, is the rezoning issue. Is there a reason to find that we need to find for or against rezoning?
The rezoning is a matter largely within the board's discretion. I mean, there's not a specific standard that would compel you to grant a rezoning request. Does that answer that? All right. But before we conclude the public hearing, is there any further evidence that the board wishes to receive?
Could I ask a question in line with that?
Yes,
You
sir.
may have the answer. I thought that whole Elliott Estates to the east was also part of commercial at one time. That playground or building sat all the way out on the beach road itself.
Somewhere for it to be residential, it would have had to been rezoned.
Playground, the playhouse, if I'm not mistaken, would have been the Beaver, and Ms. Weeks may correct me if I'm wrong, would have been the Beaver property and the current Weeks property. It didn't go all the way to Beach Road, did it?
It did go to the.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
it
you.
did. It was
Thank
all
you
the
very
way down.
much.
That's what I thought it did.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
Frequented very often
yep,
with grandkids.
I know. Exactly.
Okay. Further questions?
Any further questions at all that would be evidentiary in nature, because the board will need to deliberate as well, but you need to create the record at this time that you're going to deliberate on. So any other questions for staff or the applicant? All right. And no further evidence at this time? All right, at this time, we will conclude the public hearing on this request, and the board may begin its deliberations on the proposed subdivision request as well as the proposed variance or waiver request.
Any discussion? Commissioner DeBeers?
Yeah, I would just like to comment. I kind of like the idea of the design. I think it's good and logical use of the lot, but there seem to be loose ends and unanswered questions about the covenants, maintenance responsibilities, what would change, what wouldn't change. And I think that would affect the adjoining property owner also, and I'm just a little bit uneasy about the status of the whole picture and what we're being asked to approve.
Any further comments?
I have to say, I agree with Commissioner Demers. The covenants, the easement, maintenance of the easement for the future concerns me, because it is private property, but there's a lot of public use, as has been pointed out by the applicant's attorney, and if it's not going to be maintained or the covenants change, I'm kind of fuzzy with that.
I think Commissioner Demers made the best statement yet, loose ends. And the only thing is, though, whether or not you're allowed to look at the variance, the lot 4-7 being left out in the cold here. And we're not solving a problem. We're creating another problem in the town of Nags. And my other issue is, it's a rezoning, and we haven't yet sat back and taken a look at the entire zoning condition of the town. So it's another piecemeal zoning that doesn't do anything for the town at this time, till we've looked at it.
Mayor Pro Tem Walters, you have a comment?
Well, I agree with Marvin also. While I'm not opposed to the concept, and believe that it can work with the driveway corrections and those kind of things, as long as the stormwater needs are met. My biggest concern really is the maintenance of this roadway. It seems to be an unknown at this point. I would feel better if there were some documentation of some agreement amongst all of the property owners that abut this access. It appears to me as though the current covenants have not really been effective as far as who is responsible for what, or meeting as a committee to determine the needs of the roadway. So at this point in time, it's like Marvin said, there are loose ends, and that's really the biggest one for me. the maintenance of this roadway? Who's going to maintain it?
Well, I have two problems that I feel like are major problems with this request. One is rezoning from commercial to residential, and we know townwide we are losing our commercial property at an alarming rate to residential construction, and this is one place that I think we need, with the village becoming our commercial center, is one place that we need to conserve our commercial zoning. The other one is that this request really flies in the face of the original covenants, even though they may or may not have been enforced, and you're actually asking to use 5 feet of somebody else's property as part of their access, even though it is a easement. It's still 5 feet of somebody else's property used as an access road to the residential subdivision. So they are my concerns. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that the board may need to take two motions, one of which would be addressing the request to approve the proposed subdivision plat. That would be one, and then obviously if that's approved or approved with conditions, then I think you need to then address the variance or waiver request secondarily. And I would also point out that if the subdivision plat approval, if that is denied, a reason will need to be stated as part of the motion.
Commissioner Coon?
Question for the attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Again. Based on a lot of loose ends, as Commissioner Demers has stated, would it be appropriate, instead of maybe a motion to deny, a motion to table until such loose ends are wrapped up?
Yes, ma'am. That could be done. And then the hearing could be reopened, and with additional evidence presented addressing those concerns that the board has addressed, that would be appropriate.
I would make a motion to table, not to a time specific, but until the loose ends have been brought back to us by staff and the applicant.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Discussion.
What about the planning board? Would they need to be back involved in this with things change and other parties involved at this point? Just a question.
I'll answer that, Mr. Demers. I don't know that the planning board needs to be involved again because they've already approved the request, and I don't think you're asking for changes in what's being submitted. You're asking essentially for further evidence, and so I don't believe that another approval by the planning board would be necessary. You could certainly restart that process, but I don't think it's essential.
Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? I still have a problem with the motion, and that I still have a problem with not addressing the rezoning issue, but that's, we can take another look at that later.
That's not to say that everything will, I'm not indicating which way I'm going to vote. I'm just saying we have questions that may or may not determine future opinions.
Right. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Motion is to table to a future time.
And I understand that motion is to table both requests. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we're not tabling to a time certain, but a time
Indeterminate.
be determined, right?
Right.
Any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign, and there being none. We have a time-specific presentation at 10:30, so I'm going to ask to take a 6.5-minute break. Board, come back in session, please.
You're going to have to bang that a little louder, Mayor.
Board's back in session. At this time, we have a presentation of our annual audit from Teresa Osborne. Teresa, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Fine.
Good morning.
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 I'm here this morning with you to present the results of your June 30th, 2014 audit. The formal report is lengthy, so I am going to focus on some important highlights and benchmarks for you. I have referenced the slides with some page numbers in the event you want to go back and review in greater detail. And I will just tell you up front, again, I couldn't possibly cover the entire report this morning, but if something comes up after the meeting, I'm certainly available by phone, or you're welcome to stop by my office and chat with me about it. The town has received an unqualified opinion on its financial statements, which is the best audit opinion you can receive, and you will find that on pages 1 and 2 of the financial statements. We have noted no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal control, and you will find that in the compliance report on pages 83 and 84 of the audit report. Included in the bound cover is what we call a management discussion and analysis, and that's on pages 3 to 14, and that provides a more narrative analysis of the finances for the year. For audited financial statement purposes, the town prepares government-wide full accrual financial statements for both the governmental and business type activities, and these can be found on pages 15 to 17. These statements convert typical governmental financial statements to ones that most closely resemble business financial statements. And these statements include all assets and liabilities of the town, including property, equipment, and debt. Net position is used to measure the financial position in government-wide statements. Net position is generally increased by capital asset additions and principal payments on debt, and decreased by new debt issued and depreciation on capital assets. Additionally, revenue over or under expenses either increases or decreases net position. Net position in the governmental activities decreased $2,444,755 compared to a decrease of $1,936,981 in the prior year. There are a number of factors that contribute to this decrease, but the depreciation on beach nourishment of approximately $6.8 million is the primary reason for this decrease in the full accrual statements. Net position in the business type activities decreased $129,959, and that compares to $265,344 in the prior year. I'm now going to move away from the government-wide analysis to the fund level statements, which generally provide the information you are looking for. Exhibits 3 and 4 on pages 18 and 19 show fund level statements for the general fund and capital reserve fund, which are combined, and for the beach nourishment capital project fund. These funds show separately on schedules 1, 2, and 3 on pages 63 to 74. General fund unassigned fund balance at June 30th, 2014 was $6,653,000, a decrease of $1,253,000 from the prior fiscal year. This unassigned fund balance represents 36% of fiscal year 13-14 expenses, or 4.5 months of operating expenses. Excluding beach nourishment debt, the percent of unassigned fund balance to expenses is 45%. I do want to mention that you have a minimum fund balance policy that instructs management to strive to maintain an unassigned fund balance of $5 million or 50% of budgeted expenditures, excluding beach nourishment bond debt requirements. So you can see that with the $6 million, you're above that $5 million requirement. Although Exhibit 4 shows an overall decrease in general fund balance of $159,546, this includes the general fund and the capital reserve fund. The decrease in the general fund was $1,848,000, primarily a result of the purchase of the Dowdy property and the completion of capital purchases from the prior year of $736,302. If I'm not mistaken, you paid $1 million down on the on the Dowdy property?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So between the million and the 736, that gets you close to that $1.8 million. The increase in the capital reserve fund is $1,688,000, primarily a result of the municipal service district tax and restricted sales tax transferred from the general fund to the capital reserve fund. There was a decrease of $1,199,000 in your beach nourishment fund, due primarily to using $1 million in project savings for repayment of debt last year. General fund revenues showed an overall increase of $118,000. This includes an increase in property taxes of $477,000 due to a penny increase which was restricted for parks and paths. That was about $228,000. You also had increased motor vehicle taxes of $32,000, and you eliminated the tax payment discount, which increased tax revenues by $48,000. Sales, occupancy, and land transfer taxes remained basically flat due to tax increases in the prior year by neighboring towns increasing their pro rata share of these taxes. Restricted revenues were $500,000 less due to a contribution from Dare County for beach nourishment, which was covered by the excess beach nourishment bond proceeds. The property tax base for Nags Head reflects a decrease of 26% due to revaluation. Excluding capital outlay and debt, general fund expenses increased about $500,000, due primarily to cost of living, performance incentives, additional positions, and related benefit cost. And the town also paid the third debt payment on the beach nourishment of $3,867,000 last year. Just a little bit of information on your capital reserve fund. Again, you can find the detail for that on page 73. But you started the year with $1,627,000 in that fund. You collected facility fees last year of $29,000. You had $1,052,000 in excess municipal service district tax and the townwide 2-cent tax revenues that were not used for debt service on beach nourishment. You had restricted sales tax revenues related to beach nourishment in the amount of $546,000. You also transferred in the penny for the parks and paths, which was $230,000. And then you used $181,902. $100 of that was the parks and path money used that paid the first principal debt payment on the Dowdy land purchase. You ended the year in your capital reserve fund with $3,315,998, and $2,846,283 of that was restricted for beach nourishment. Just a little detail on your beach nourishment capital project fund. You spent $200,728 in fiscal year 14 on your beach nourishment project. That was mostly monitoring costs. You had $188,365 in open contracts at the end of the year. And then you had $532,000 remaining in the fund at the year end. Again, page 74 will give you some detail on that. In your water fund, you're going to find this information on pages 22 and 23 of your financial report. Your operating revenues decreased $12,442, or 0.5%. Your operating expenses decreased $134,950, or 5%. Your operating loss in fiscal year 14 was $305,065, compared to $427,573 in fiscal year 13 and $11,656 in fiscal year 12. So you can see that that operating loss went down in fiscal year 14. That's primarily because in fiscal year 13, you spent $136,000 for painting and repairs to the tank. So that was a decrease. That was offset by a $59,000 increase in wholesale water rate purchases related to system flushing and water loss in the current year. The water fund is an enterprise fund, and you generally want your operating revenues to cover your operating expenses. You're not quite there yet, but again, the loss was less in this last fiscal year over the prior year. Just as an aside, the operating expenses in the water fund include $515,000 in overhead costs that are reimbursed to the general fund. That's to reimburse the general fund for services that the general fund provides to the water fund. And I have just made a suggestion to management to take a look at that number. It's been the same for quite a while, I think going on about 8 or 9 years. And I think it's time to reevaluate that transfer and just make sure that it's a good number. The water fund received a payment of $300,000 from the general fund for the second year repayment on property purchased by the water fund in 2007, costing $1,623,174. You did implement a water rate increase in the 14-15 fiscal year, which may offset a portion of current operating losses. However, I don't think it's going to offset the entire loss. And that's also going to be dependent on water usage. Your water usage actually went down last year over the prior year. So there's a lot of competing factors even when you increase rates. And so I just suggest monitoring operating losses and planned rate increases in relation to plans for cash reserves for capital needs. Just a little bit on your law enforcement officer separation allowance. This is a state mandated retirement paid to law enforcement officers, and it's all funded at the local government level. Your fiscal year 14 cost was $45,749. And the town transferred $30,000 to its pension trust fund to cover the current year cost. And I've just recommended to management increasing that annual transfer to more closely align to the cost because you're running about $15,000 behind each year, and that's why you have a pension obligation of $32,850 at the end of June. Again, it's a very small pension obligation in relation to the entire financial picture, but not a bad idea to go ahead and bump that up and cover the annual cost each year. Just a little bit on the retiree health insurance obligation. This is something that was implemented 5 years ago, and the only place that you see this is in your full accrual financial statements. You don't see it in your fund financial statements. And this was an attempt to recognize the cost of retiree health insurance during an employee's retirement instead of waiting until after the employee retired to recognize the expense. It is only a reporting requirement. There is no funding requirement for this. So while we have to report it, there's no requirement that you put money aside for this. The town does not currently set aside funds for this benefit, but is on a pay-as-you-go basis for this obligation. And the net retiree health insurance obligation at June 30th, 2014 is $801,000. Overall, the town has ended the year in excellent financial condition, and I just want to thank Kim Kinney and Kim Blankenberg and the entire Administrative Services Department who are responsible for putting this report together. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Teresa, thank you very much for your report. Do commissioners have any questions from Ms. Osborne?
Can we get a copy of those slides?
You may. I believe Roberta's got it.
Okay, great.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your report.
And thank you for helping me. We had a discussion.
There's another time-specific report at 11 o'clock.
Take another break.
Well, Angela's here.
She's part of the report.
Angela's here. How about Mr. Morrow? Is he here? She's not here yet. Need to start the public hearing. We won't have time for that. Stay on schedule. Let's jump down. We've asked for a report from our planning board chair. Does our planning board chair have a report for us today?
Good morning again, Mayor, Commissioners. During our planning board meeting this month, we did not have any action items on the agenda, but we continued discussions on a series of things that we have are continuing to work on. One being the ordinance limitations on the lot fill and its relationship to the 1-foot freeboard requirements, and whether or not we are in compliance with our new stormwater ordinance. And so we are working through that. There's been a number of questions that have surfaced, and we have builders that are now supplying us with a series of information, that we can digest and then make sure that we are on the right track in that respect. The another item was the zoning ordinance text amendment as it relates to pools and setbacks on pools, whether or not we should allow pools and pool decks, within the setbacks, and so we're reviewing that now. The next item was a review of public notification and other procedural requirements for the planning board. I have, while I was in undergraduate school, my minor was city and regional planning at UNC, and in perusing some of the my old textbooks that I still have maintained, realized that there was a number of things that the planning board could do to make the town better, and that the name of the planning board, the key word here is planning. We are not, it is not our intention, and any town's intention, to be a subcommittee of the Board of Commissioners, so that we're the first line of defense against people that come in with applications and everything. Our main objective in the planning board should be planning. That's the key word, both long-term and short-term. And so we have, in order to do proper planning, it is imperative that the planning board receives as much public input as possible. Obviously, in the past, we have not been able to get public input except if some particular item comes up that people get alarmed about. We are now working on procedures that will allow us to get our agendas out a little earlier so that we can encourage public input at the planning level so that we can do a better job, before we present things to you guys. There's been a number of administrative things that come up as to whether it's going to be a cost associated with that, but we think we can work around that. But getting the agendas in the newspaper, and Coastland Times has said that they would publish those agendas, and that way we can circumvent some of the, or not circumvent, but expedite some of the things that come before us, and before it gets to you, so that we, on the planning level, can review things in more detail so that things don't crop up at the commissioner's level that we were not aware of at the planning board level. Next item is a residential site distance issues in South Nags Head. This is something that was brought up 3 or 4 years ago to the commissioners, and we have a lot of vegetation. I think the last count, there was at least 37 driveways that have obstructed views when people pull out of the driveway for a multi-use path. We've had 2 accidents this year of a runner running into the side of a car and a bicyclist running into the side of a car. A few years ago, I think about 4 years ago, we had a lady, a resident in Southern Shores that was 79 years old. She rode her bicycle all the way down to the milepost 22 several times a week, and she was hit and stopped doing that. She wasn't hurt bad, but I think we've got a situation that could be potentially dangerous, and it's been brought to our attention on the board level that we need to do something about it. The problem being, we've got vegetation that goes right up to the sidewalk in a lot of these driveways, and so we've got people coming down the driveway real fast. In order for them to look down the roadway or down the multi-use path, they have to pull across the multi-use path, so somebody's going to get hurt. But one of the problems we're dealing with is that it's private property. We don't have the right to dictate how the vegetation is cut back for a proper site triangle, but we have asked the town attorney to give us input into whether or not there's a liability to the property owner if someone gets hurt because the vegetation is there. If so, I think it may be not necessarily changing any ordinances or anything, but we can actually encourage the property owners, to circumvent that liability by cutting back this vegetation, or at least cutting the vegetation down to a 3-foot height. And the final item, we spent quite a bit of time discussing, and that was text amendments, to our ordinances based for fishing piers. And we are, again, looking at that a little more in detail so that we can present something to the board. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Murphy?
I have one question.
Yes.
When you talk about looking at text amendments as they relate to fishing piers, specifically, are you looking at all piers? Are you looking at perhaps changes to our ordinances that were made for the state to build Jeanette's Pier, or?
It's specifically centered around Jeanette's Pier and maintaining the integrity and the benefits that the town, the town made a number of concessions in order for that pier to be built. And we would like for those, if that pier ends up in private hands, it would be nice for those benefits for the town to be maintained,
Mr. Murphy, we will have a report on Jeanette's Pier at our December meeting, and if possible, we would like to have the planning board's recommendation wrapped up by then, if you could, please. That'll be at the beginning of December, mid-month December, Commissioner Walter. Mayor Pro Tem.
December 3rd.
When is that? Is that
December 3rd.
Okay, so the beginning. So we'll address that, at the next planning board
It would
meeting.
be good to address what
Okay.
Jeanette's Pier is doing for the town, because I think it'll surprise a lot
Yeah,
of people what they are doing.
Well, we thought we had it ironed out, but then we want to make sure we are not stepping on any gray areas legally, so we've got the town attorney, taking a look at that. So,
Very good, thank you.
thank you.
Still no state folks here. Angela, you on your own?
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Nags Head. Good to have you.
I'll go ahead and start, and when Carrie gets here, hopefully she can jump in. I wasn't the engineer on the plan, so technical questions, hopefully she'll get here and she can answer those. If not, I might ask Andy, because he was actually involved in the plan from the start when they started in 2011. So.
Okay. Thank you. Hate to put you in that position.
Next slide, please. What we're going to do is give a brief explanation of the process we went through to develop this plan, let you know what we've done so far and what the next steps are. And then as well, ask for adoption of the Dare County CTP maps. I understand that you're going to, the request was to put this into a public hearing, so you probably wouldn't consider that until December. But this is just the presentation. Next slide, thanks. There were numerous people involved in the CTP process, planners from all the towns and the county, as well as some local citizens, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Division I Planning Engineer Gretchen Byram, Steve Lambert, who was my predecessor at the Albemarle RPO. I was involved in the tail end of it, and Carrie Morrow was the engineer from the Transportation Planning Branch who actually drafted the plan. Next slide. A CTP, or Comprehensive Transportation Plan, is a long-range multimodal plan. It goes out about 25 to 30 years. It's not fiscally constrained, meaning if you adopt the plan, you're not required to fund the improvements, and the DOT is not required to fund them as well. You would have to put them into request funding and go through the whole new process of competing for funds. Again, it's a vision of what the county wants and the towns out from 25 to 30 years out. It can be amended. The RPO will automatically pick it up in 5 years and come to the towns and the county and ask if you want it amended. You can also amend it at any other time as well. You don't have to wait 5 years, so it's not set in stone. We incorporated land use plans and community and statewide goals, and it includes highway, public transportation and rail, bicycle, pedestrian, and this is the only plan in the state that's ever included ferry and waterway. Ferry probably because you're the only ones that really have ferries down this way, but out this way, but the waterway as well. So all CTPs are the same. They're set up by the Board of Transportation. It's just a template, so each one will have the maps, recommendations, Chapter 1, Chapter 2 type thing. So any Board of Transportation member, anybody can go to the same pages and find the information they need. Next slide, please. Again, it's fiscally constrained. The CTP is just your vision. Then you would have to, if you wanted one of the projects in there, you would let the RPO know. We would put it into the whole new STI scoring formula. And then the draft tip would be released with a 7-year work program and see if those projects would actually be funded. Next slide, please. The CTP schedule. This was actually started in 2011. You went through, Carrie went through the current year data, road data, analyzed it, went through deficiencies, developed some alternatives, recommended the plan, and then it comes to you for adoption. The technical report is done after the maps. However, Dare County and the planners in Dare County, all of them, wanted the actual documentation, the technical report presented as well. So that's what you have. What we really need you to do is just adopt the maps. The technical report can be done. We're not done with that yet. That can be changed as well, and we would go back and forth with the planners and work on that. So what we're asking for is just the map adoption. You want to take it over here, Carrie?
I apologize for being late. Got stuck with the drawbridge. Do I have the ability to?
No, you just
Okay.
tell me.
Okay. Did you go over this slide? Did you go over this slide?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can go to the next slide. Just wanted to quickly review the different facility types. So it kind of explains on the maps the symbology that you're seeing. Freeway. It's kind of a blue and black symbol, but there are no freeways that are recommended with this plan. But those are high mobility facilities, higher speed limits, full control of access, no driveways, no signals. Next slide. Expressways are the kind of green lines that you'll see on the highway maps. They're also high mobility and moderate access facilities with a speed limit of 45 to 60 miles per hour. Control of access would be limited or partial, and it would be encouraged for like right in, right out access for driveways, and no signals on expressways. So you're looking at minimum of 4 lanes with median. Next slide. Boulevards are similar, except for there's less control of access. It's limited and partial. Lower speed limits, 30 to 55 miles per hour. Traffic signals are allowed, and it would be a minimum of 2 lanes with a median, though. And major and minor thoroughfares are kind of at the lowest level. They're moderate to low access, moderate to low mobility with high access, 25 to 55 miles per hour, and no control of access on those, and full signals. So just wanted to go over the maps. I think Angela talked about the fact that would be what you're adopting is the maps. That is the CTP. This one, the first sheet is the adoption map. It really doesn't show any detail. It's just where we document the dates that it was adopted. You can go to the next slide. This slide is the draft highway map, and because of the geography of Dare County, kind of hard to see some details. So we have 3 insets here, and we can go to the next slide and show those insets. Inset A kind of shows the beach area in more detail. Okay, that's good. And then insets B and C kind of show some areas of, on Hatteras. Go to the next slide, and I think I talk about 158, yeah. So the major recommendation that I think that is worth noting and giving you more detail about is the US 158 recommendations. So the problem that we identified through the CTP was that you know, it's projected to be over or near capacity by the year 2040, which was the horizon year for this plan, all the way from Currituck County down to US 64. As we know, it's got a lot of access points. It's the primary north-south connector, lots of businesses, and there's a documented safety issue with 18 sections of the road and 45 intersections on the road being identified as high crash locations. So I know that that's been a big concern. The improvement that we're proposing with this plan is for it to be a 4-lane boulevard, that whole stretch from 64 to Currituck County line. This would, because a boulevard does include a median and access management, it would reduce congestion. It's consistent with the Strategic Highway Corridor Vision Plan that's currently in place for North Carolina. And furthermore, in the documentation of this plan, in the text, we are recommending, as a committee, decided to recommend a corridor study be done for US 158. So that would kind of figure out the details of what the design would need to be, because obviously 158 goes over a pretty long stretch, and not one cross-section is going to work the whole way. So that would go into more detail about what the actual cross-section, the actual design would be for the roadway. But the general recommendation is for a boulevard. For the transit element, we did make some recommendations for fixed route buses. I know right now the county provides on-demand service. So this particular map is showing the northern connector for Duck and Southern Shores. And then if we go to the next slide, you'll see that there is loop service that we were recommending with this plan along the beach. So that would be Nags Head, Southern Shores, I'm sorry, Nags Head, Kitty Hawk, and Kill Devil Hills. And so that would be a loop service using 158 and 12. And then cutting across kind of. And then further, I think you can see in inset B, there's a Roanoke Island connector and just right south of Whalebone Junction, there's a little park and ride recommended there. And that the idea would be so that people can go over to Roanoke Island without their car as an option. Another thing to point out here is that there are two, actually, I think it's on the next, let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so there are two little P symbols, which are for park and rides, and those are intended, as it says here on the slide, for private transportation park and rides. So the specific location in Nags Head is along Grouse Street, and the location in Manio is over at the Roanoke Island Festival Park. I can't remember exactly what it's called. But the idea would not be for there's no ferry or anything like that. It would just enable private water transportation between those two locations. So that was the idea behind that recommendation. And then in inset C, there's a park and ride for the Hatteras Ferry, because there's a potential for a passenger ferry to go between Hatteras and Ocracoke in the future. Here's a draft bicycle map. We can go to the next slide where we can see more detail. As you can see, there are numerous bicycle recommendations. The yellow lines that you're seeing on the maps are multi-use trails. So those yellow lines you'll see not only on the bike maps, but also on the pedestrian maps, and there are quite a few. And there's so many that I think it'd be hard to go over every one, but we did vet this through not only the steering committee, but also a bike and ped subcommittee, which Nags Head was represented on. Next slide. This just shows the detail for Hatteras. You can go to the next slide. Same thing with pedestrian. These maps look very similar to the bicycle maps. Next slide. And as you can see, very similar. A lot of places where we recommended bicycle trails, we also recommended sidewalks. Again, the multi-use trails show up on both maps, and so there are quite a few of those as well. Next slide. And same thing for Hatteras. So what's next? We actually went to Dare County on Monday. They decided to table the decision until they had heard from all the towns, and so they kind of wanted the towns to go first, and we'll revisit it at their meeting in December, mid-month meeting. Today I'm presenting to you, but as I understand it, you guys aren't going to actually make a decision today. You're going to wait until December, so that's fine. And then we also go to Southern Shores and Duck. Sorry, yeah, we go to Southern Shores and Duck this evening. Kitty Hawk and Manio will be in December, as well as Kill Devil Hills, and then provided we get all the adoptions done by December. Right now, Albemarle RPO, they haven't determined their exact meeting schedule yet, but we're planning to go in January for regional endorsement, and then again, if all goes well, we'll go to the Board of Transportation for adoption in February. This is just my information, as well as Gretchen Byram with the division and Angela Welsh. So feel free to contact us if you have any questions. And I believe that's it. Do you guys have any questions?
Any comments or questions? Yes. John.
One. Back in the plan itself, page 215. I'm just curious, there's a, and I think it's under multi-use paths, multi-use path. 64, local ID, DARE 36M, goes from down here at Whalebone over to the bridge, and yet it's tagged under Roanoke Island.
Okay, can you, I'm on page 215, can you say that again?
Yeah, that right up there,
2-15.
2-15. Page 2-15, and US 64, right? ID DARE 36.
Yep.
Okay, that's tagged under Roanoke Island, but it appears like that path is here in Nags Head.
Okay. All right, let me, I'll make a note of that, and we still have time to correct that.
Okay, that's
So
fine. I
thank
just
you.
wanted to bring it, I was a little confused.
Yeah,
as
no,
to why. I
that's-
realize where it's headed, but it's really on our road, and
Okay.
It's our road, right?
Okay. That was the only thing I had at the
Okay.
moment.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to let everybody know that this, like Carrie was saying, that this isn't set in stone, and once the design does come for any of the roads, bike paths, there are public involvement periods. So, this isn't the DOT coming in saying, this is what we're gonna build. There's still the designing stages, and we're looking at about 5 years for that. So there will be opportunities for public comment, and the DOT did hold public comment workshops, 3 of them last December, and there was also a pretty good turnout for responses to the survey they did as well.
What process do we need to follow from here? Andy?
So what we asked in the packet was for the board to just simply open up a comment period through your next regular meeting, and then at that time, we would present to you a resolution for your consideration to adopt the map set that Angela referred to earlier. So we would have about a month to take any public comments on the plan, and we could put it out on our website and just make sure that, we've had a chance for public to review it, and then we would do that in December at your December meeting. So you know, if you want to just,
So we need a motion to open a public comment period on the highway plan from now until through December the 2nd then.
that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions for Andy or for Angela or for Marla? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion to open the comment period.
Open a
now.
comment period with it advertised on, available for comments via the website, and a public comment period at our December meeting. And a draft resolution prepared for us to.
A second to that motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none, so ordered. Now we're back to public hearing to consider adoption of a zoning ordinance text amendment requested, submitted by Mr. Eddie Goodrich to a new use category, residential group housing. Mr. Lighty, I'll ask you to open that public hearing, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will begin the public hearing and the consideration of the zoning ordinance text amendment submitted by Mr. Goodrich. This would create a new use category called residential group development within the C2 general commercial and R3 high-density residential zoning districts. On this particular matter, the board sits as a legislative body, and therefore sworn testimony is not necessary. But we'll begin the presentation on this public hearing with the staff's analysis presented by Kelly Wyatt.
Thank you. Eddie Goodrich is here today to seek adoption of the zoning ordinance text amendment to change town code sections 48407, C2 general commercial, and 48403, R3 high-density residential. Our public notice was correct this go-around. It did reference R3, so. The amendment would create a new use category, residential group development, as a conditional use within the C2 and R3. The new use category would permit the grouping of multiple detached single-family dwellings on one parcel created from the combination of existing non-conforming lots which are adjoining and under same ownership. The town already has similar use categories in the R2 district aimed towards oceanfront homes threatened by erosion, and within the SED 80 Special Environmental District, and those sections of the code, those excerpts were included in your packet. While the applicant has made the request based upon some unique development concerns for a specific property he has ownership in, it may also benefit some smaller, previously platted lots when it comes to the management of stormwater and septic health with a cohesive planning design. Essentially, the request would somewhat mimic what we know today as a cottage court, though it would be a compliant cottage court. We have incorporated some design and dimensional standards to regulate lot area, setbacks, architecture, the distance between each structure, and the total number of bedrooms being allowed. This is being proposed through a graduated scale of number of bedroom units versus the upland area. Parking, lot coverage, and height would all be regulated as it currently is, with no exceptions being made. As proposed, the new use would be a conditional use both in the C2 and R3. Therefore, the Planning Board and Board of Commissioners would have the discretion to impose any additional requirements that they saw fit. Planning staff finds that there are many benefits to a cluster group housing option, and that most situations it can result in reduced lot coverage through shared driveways, shared amenities, such as swimming pools and recreation areas. Costs may also be decreased when shared to develop and maintain stormwater management areas and septic infrastructure. As you can see from your packet, there are versions A through E draft ordinances for your consideration, so it has been discussed a lot, tossed back and forth between the Planning Board and the Board of Commissioners. We did receive some great input from our town attorney, which has since been incorporated. It is draft ordinance E that the Planning Board and planning staff would like to submit for your review. That is the ordinance that the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of. That ordinance specifically, the bedroom to land ratio is based upon the majority of our non-conforming lots in C2 and R3 ranging at about 7,500 square feet. So as you're looking at bedrooms to land area, it's bumping up in increments of 7,500. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. And of course, Mr. Goodrich is here if you have any questions of him.
All right, are there any questions for Ms. Wyatt?
Kelly, what's the number, just for refresh my memory, the maximum number of bedrooms allowed on those 7,500 square foot lot now?
5 bedrooms.
Other questions?
I had one, but I can't read my I can't figure out I could read it, I can't figure out what
I can't read it.
Okay, so little f, 10F. It says if some or all of the dwelling units are submitted to condominium, then we assume there's an association, but that sounds like it could be just part of them. If there were 4 lots or 4 units on a lot, 2 of them could be a condo and 2 of them could be separate. And we're dealing with shared driveways and all of this other stuff? Is that the way this reads?
Yeah, I believe that is accurate. We're talking about a shared driveway. It would be approved as a conditional use as one cohesive plan. There is a recommendation in there that if the units are condoed out in any way, that a homeowners association or property owners association is created for maintenance purposes. But I will also let the attorney chime in on that if he feels necessary.
I agree with Ms. Wyatt. I think your interpretation is correct, and I think that is a permissible way of doing that.
Okay.
Not
It just,
required, but permissible.
right, because it appeared to me that they could all be separately owned. I mean, every time I think, we've used the word cottage court, but I only think of the little rental ones we have around that, they're all owned and part of a thing, and yet these might be 4 completely separate lots.
I've got that question also. Why is the word some or? If I can understand if all of the dwelling units are submitted to condominium, but are we creating a problem if some are condominiumized and some aren't in the same? Is that what that's saying? In the same residential group development?
That is what that says. I don't know that there would be any different problems created by condominiumizing, if I said that right, some but less than all of the units, because essentially the competing property interests of the condominium owners association would be as compared to the remaining owners, would be no different than the competing interests and rights of individual owners of each of the 4 units. So I don't know that creates any problem along those lines. It may increase the likelihood that conflicts will arise, but it doesn't create different problems than already would exist, or different issues.
I can see it happening now. You got four units and 3 of them are condominiumized, and there's one that's not, and one that doesn't cooperate with anybody.
That's kind of why I asked a question in there, is to understand this thing. I mean, I guess I had thought that this was going to end up like a true cottage court where you had unique ownership, distinct ownership of stuff, and not the possibility of competing interests once the paperwork is signed. Okay.
Other questions for Ms. Wyatt?
Well, the other question I had, the I is in yellow. Is that a particular reason that's in yellow and now highlighted in yellow in our draft? Part 1I.
Yeah. Or
page 3.
That was common in all drafts, I think. That was common in all the drafts, I
Yeah,
think.
it was common in all the drafts, yeah.
Where we at?
It was the same way in the, yeah.
There's an I, was in their packet that talks about architectural points.
We're on draft E, right?
But it's the same way in drafts
Okay.
D and
It's in
C
the-
as
It's in all
well.
the drafts.
Mhm.
Is that
That-
supposed to be in there or not in there?
No, I is supposed to be in there. That was one of the recommendations that came through, that all the dwellings, regardless of the number of bedrooms, maintain a minimum architectural design standard. I apologize that it's highlighted.
I just wanted to make sure that it was in there. Thank you.
It is.
All right, Mr. Demers, did you have a question?
Yes, just one question. In draft E, in the table there, under number of dwelling units, you have one, and why do we have one if we're talking about a group? I'm missing something, I guess.
It could be unnecessary. We can remove that at this point. You can have a 5-bedroom home you can have one 5-bedroom home on a 7,500 square foot lot. So that is a little bit redundant. We can remove that if we need to.
Is there some reason to have it in there? Does it add something?
No specific reason. It's not adding to the ordinance. We could eliminate it if you,
I just personally found it a little confusing. I was trying to figure out
Sure.
if we're talking about group, why are we talking about one? And I thought I was missing something.
we can eliminate that.
Or highlight it in yellow, either way.
We can highlight it in yellow. I can use orange if you like.
And that would be my fault, right?
Any other questions for Ms. Wyatt while she's at the podium? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kelly. Let's hear from Mr. Goodrich first, and then we'll hear from the planning board, if that's okay.
My name's Eddie Goodrich, and thanks for hearing me this morning. First of all, I agree with the board. It should be the word all rather than some. I don't know why the word some was placed in there, but I don't know that this is relevant, but the practical way to do it is that and again, this is ownership, which is not really an issue for the town, but the way to do it practically is that the land under the house is owned by the owner of the house in townhouse ownership. And then the balance of the land is owned in common. And the reason for doing that is basically financial, because it makes it easier for them to borrow money. You can borrow money on a townhouse if you own the land under it. If it's a condominium, it's a whole different animal to borrow money on. But that's a separate issue. So I just thought I'd bring that up. This type of development, again, as Kelly mentioned, I can't do a better job than she did by just presenting it. It addresses pretty much every issue that this board and other boards have talked about for years. It addresses parking. It makes it more practical parking, access, one driveway versus 4, 5, or 6. It makes it safer, obviously. It also addresses more effective stormwater management. It addresses more practical and more environmentally safe of sewage disposal, provides more open space, and above all, it provides for smaller houses. So I think it addresses everything that this board and other boards have been concerned about for years in the town of Nags Head. And I think it's an improvement, and it basically goes back to one of the traditions of the town of Nags Head, which are small cottage courts. And I don't know if there's anything else I can say. I think it's good for the town.
All right, are there any
And I'll take
questions?
any question.
Any questions for Mr. Goodrich?
Oh, well,
Fred.
well, then, let me piggyback here, let me chase down paragraph F again. So you think the intent when you were submitting this thing was really that if anything's condo, they're all condo?
I think they should all be the same, whatever they are.
Okay.
And I agree that, yes. Well, and if they are condos rather than townhouses, I think they should all be the same. And everyone have the same rights, and to prevent arguments, as you mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
Piggybacking on that, under item F, it says if the sum or all, and sum is spelled S-O-M-E. I'm thinking it should have been S-U-M, which would
I
have
think
changed the
there's a
whole
stray word in there. I think the is a stray word.
context. If the sum or all.
I think the is probably
Miss-
misplaced.
You think so?
If some or all of the dwelling units.
So we
Yeah.
could just remove that.
I think that's right.
Well, I haven't read it and I can't see that far. But I think they should all have the same ownership interest.
Okay, so that means if you put them all, and let's just assume all. So if I go condo ownership, then all are in the condo. Well, what about separate ownership? Then all are separate, and that would be okay? That's workable too?
I'm not
Before,
sure I understand.
if four little people showed up, you know, and said, I want one of each of them, but we want a separate ownership so I can leave my little quarter of the pie to my children. You know what I mean? In other words, not a condo ownership, but a complete separate ownership. Is that a possibility?
That's more of a question for Mr. Lighty, I believe, but there's really only two ways to do it, I believe.
Yeah.
Condominium ownership or townhouse ownership.
I think that's what I agree. I think that's correct.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm just, condo or town.
One or the other.
And
All right.
townhouse being far more acceptable to
All right,
everybody.
all right. Okay, thank you. I get better understanding.
All right, other questions for Mr. Goodrich? Anything further? Anything further, Mr. Goodrich?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Murphy, I think you wanted to speak?
I just had a brief comment that, you know, that this is part of cottage courts heritage, you know, in Nags Head, and we've got some that still exist, you know, that have a very important use in the town. Cottage courts got a bad name back about 20 years ago when we had a couple of builders that went around subdivision restrictions and took two 50-foot lots. We have two of them down in South Nags Head, and actually ended up subdividing the lots. They built it under the cottage court rule, and there's four cottages, two on each 50-foot lot in two cases, and they ended up selling those to individuals. And one problem that we've talked about at the planning board level is the fact that if you end up with four individual owners of townhouses they own the land underneath them, and then you have common areas that need to be taken care of, then you have 2 against 2 if the four can't agree. So in the conditional use process, we're going to, at the planning board level, and the commissioners are going to have to impose in some shape or fashion to have not an even number of owners if we end up with that. But this is a really creative way of getting rid of some non-conforming lots and sharing infrastructure, as opposed to having, in this case, 4 houses, you know, 4 separate houses, you know, that are very small and everything, but it gives us some teeth to put into a subdivision. So we don't want to misconstrue what we're doing here and compare it to the taint that cottage courts had, you know, 15, 20 years ago, you know, because of some people being creative and circumventing the subdivision requirements.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right, does anybody else? Oh, Mr. Goodrich.
In regards to what Richard just said, anytime you create a group housing, in other words, there's got to be hundreds of thousands of condominium complexes throughout the United States with even numbers of units. So when you create covenants, there's a declarant, and the declarant can always be the person that can break a tie. Now, you agree, I believe, right?
Initially, but you may end up having a condominium owners association after the declarant turns the property over to the association where.
Do you ever have, can the declarant stay in forever?
Yes, it can.
It can stay in forever.
You don't usually see that, but they can.
They can. So that is one method to break up a tie, but
Okay, does anybody else wish to comment on this proposed text amendment? Does the board wish to receive any further information about this before you begin your deliberations? All right, if not, we'll conclude the public hearing at this time, and the board may begin its deliberations on this proposed text amendment.
Any discussion?
Only one, there's been a lot of chuckling, so I feel compelled to state that I am a partner in a cottage court. So just make it out there.
We realize that. Any further discussion? Do I have a motion? Everybody's silent. I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion that we drop draft E with the change in wording of, what was that article?
F.
F. To delete the wording there of some or on F, and delete the words the, some, or in the beginning. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Motion been made and second. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Okay. Covers 4-0 with one abstention, is that correct?
A silent vote is.
A silent vote is a
yes
vote in favor of the motion.
Motion carries 5-0. All
right.
Down to new business. We've got everything down to there. Committee reports.
I have a pile.
Who would like to start? Mr. Ratzenberger, you would like to start?
I have a pile of them here. Let me try and, okay, YMCA. The areas of concern that were developed by the Master Planning Committee were given to a designer who is going to bring proposals back to the Y board at their November meeting. I believe that's next week, so they can determine what moves forward. The board sessions are, Y boards are closed, but evidently the Master Plan Committee will be brought back in to see what was presented. So we'll have an idea of where they're going. In December, the Y will look at the final presentation. They will also vote on filling board vacancies, and then in January should be a discussion on a budget to accomplish whatever work that is. I have no idea what's in that proposal yet, and I'll know later this month and let you know. So, any questions on the Y or comments? Anything? Okay. ARPO, this is my transportation business, and you've already had some of it here with the CTP. And I'll work with staff on, reviewing comments and trying to put it together for December. Right now, what's being worked on, at least from my perspective, is the comments on the draft strategic transportation corridors, which are due to DOT on 3 December. If you'll remember, that's the plan I showed you a month or two ago, where 158 and 168 were removed as strategic in favor of a very few routes through the state. Comments are due in on that. The next meeting of the ARPO is November 12th, and I expect we'll discuss that. And we'll also talk about the Barco diversion plan, which just came up. Barco diversion plan is where Virginia feared that they would evacuate and we would evacuate all at the same time and make conditions for them even worse than they already are. So they decided they would simply close off North Carolina traffic and send them elsewhere, which included any Virginia residents trying to get back home. They couldn't go. They had a meeting in October of 4 of the Northeast North Carolina counties, Currituck, Camden, Pasquotank, and Gates, with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. Because those 4 counties are the ones that all these people would be wandering through if they got up there to Barco and were diverted. That's where they're headed, off toward 95. Virginia realizes it's not a good plan, it's impossible to implement, and in fact, it wouldn't solve any of their problems in clearing tidewater anyway. I'm not sure what they're going to do about it. It sounds like they're proposing new road projects to address the traffic flow, but of course, a road project never happens immediately, so we don't know. And you can see how it kind of ties to the STC, because if 158 and 168 aren't strategic for evacuation, we don't have much way to get them up there anyway. So all of that ties together. Is there any questions, direction, guidance?
Comment, that Barco diversion plan has been in place for at least 10 or 12 years. They've implemented it once, to my knowledge.
Right, and you are in fact correct, but it's come up again, and they're looking at it again, and
And it was a perfect disaster.
Oh, it was a
Yep.
total cluster.
yes, and it will be again. I don't know if Dare was invited to participate in that, because they're not one of those counties, but it's critical to Dare, because it's all our people headed up that way.
Dare has been invited every time there's been a meeting. Sandy Sanderson has been invited at each turn of that. And the same concerns have been expressed every year, every time there's had a meeting.
Well, maybe when I go up there in November to the ARPO, I'll talk to our reps from the county and see what they want to say about it. We should be. Okay, the next thing is shoreline, and I've got several things. First off, let's talk about Dare County shoreline. They met twice in October. The project's moving along, with Kitty Hawk being the difficult part. Not that Kitty Hawk is being difficult, but their part is difficult because of the geography, the beach conditions, funding, and their concerns about the success of it, and their vulnerability. There have been various discussions on how they might give them more protection, but it simply costs too much. So the county, despite covering some changes in project costs, can't do that much. And they may be able to address a property up there that weakens their project, and look then at Kitty Hawk being done in 2 stages. The first stage being to build up a berm, and then the second stage in a subsequent nourishment project to give them a dune also. And they're still working that with the engineer. Duck and KDH are no real problem at all in that regard. The next meeting is on the 2nd, and I am a little concerned, though, about, I'm glad we got our Coastal Times rep here. I'm a little concerned, and I want to talk to the county on an article that came out of the report, I guess, of the board meeting Monday. In that they're talking about what's left in the county nourishment fund and the balance there, and their future plans, and they're talking about maintenance cycles and the 4 towns in Buxton, but they're not talking about us anymore. Now, that just may be a matter of, I haven't heard the report and haven't talked about it to anybody, but you may want to just double check that the county fund still remembers we exist here.
Last time I talked to them, they did remember we were standing in line waiting as first for repair funds.
So, okay, so I'm going to put this on my little list of things to do here, just so we know that. Next, Renee and I were up at the 3-day ASBPA conference in Virginia. There were 4 concurrent sessions, each of them with 4 talks, timed out right at 20 minutes apiece, so you could shuffle back and forth, and that's exactly what Renee and I did. We were pinging from one to another to try and get in the important talks and avoid the ones that discuss the partial differentials of wave and sound motion and all the rest of that stuff. Nonetheless, the good stuff, a lot of discussion of affordability, regionality, and some good networking, and it's good to hear some problems. I heard one firm go through the discussion of how much effort they had to get a project through, and the ultimate stumbling block was a local board and personality conflicts. It just was never going to happen. It didn't matter what, and that was just unbelievable. I'm glad I live here. Anyway, I also took a one-day beach monitoring class up at the Duck Pier, the field research facility. Zone monitoring is very good. It's mostly about what duck can do, and is doing and can do, and the amount of data they're building up for prediction. It ties into the ASBPA when you look at trying to figure out what really is happening out there and quantify it. It's rough. As a side note, the beach nourishment plan for duck to the north will have an adverse impact on the pier because their 8-meter array might be covered over, and it will disrupt 30-some years of data. Now the terrain will change, and now they will have before nourishment, after nourishment data, so it disrupts a lot of their study. I did ask them if they wanted to move the whole thing down here instead, lock, stock, and barrel, but I didn't get anywhere. Okay, the next ASBPA conference is in late February, 24 to 26 in Washington. That's a legislative one, and I can tell you ahead of time, I cannot go. So somebody else. And then October 13 to 16 in New Orleans would be the similar session to this. Okay, getting there. Nags Ed. Staff and I have spent a good chunk of time on the beach last week because of numerous issues, but also a long drive with Tim Cana and Hai Quing to discuss the state of the beach, the draft final report, our winter fencing and sprigging program, and what might be next. We got the draft report, and we've reviewed it and made some suggestions on data presentation to ensure that the town, the various pictures and graphs cover the whole town, and we get a complete picture for everybody. And they'll be working on that. They will present the final report to this board in January and be waiting to receive any guidance from us at that time. There's a new section in the report which we kind of jumped on quickly, and that they've put a whole new chapter in there on dune management and stabilization, and much of our drive was spent looking at examples of things like this. And what we really want to do is move our program into the next stage where we are building a uniform, healthy dune system the length of the town. And right now, we don't have the uniform system because there's entirely too much individual effort. Some of it is not helpful. Sometimes, in some cases, there's dunes that have sand fencing and that they don't need it because the dune needs nothing. They're just building up sand and there's no purpose in it. Anyway, we've looked at this, and what we're looking at doing is taking our winter fencing and sprigging program to a town approach rather than an individual. So instead of permitting individually, we would look at using this to go out and try and work on a town level and make it fit to forming an overall longer, straighter, more uniform dune and solving explicit problems. Like I said, there's places where there's plenty of sand that with no more fence is needed. There's other places where a fence could be removed or relocated or fixed up so that we can do something for the dune system. So that'll all be part of it. And hopefully it gets sand pointed in the right part of the dune or the berm where we need it, and hopefully solve some of the problems that we had last winter, at least address it. And you'll see more of this from staff, and we hope to have a pretty good program by the time the plan is submitted. And here in January, we hope to have a pretty good plan going. And Anyway, so at this point, with this here, we have the plan, and it's just in our hot little hands. You have to see it. There it is. So I've got it, and it just showed up here Friday. So, or correction, Thursday. I've notified those citizens who expressed an interest in the Shoreline Management Committee that we're about to go to work, and I would be glad to hear from any others who would like to get involved. And I expect after the January meeting, we've got some guidance, have a couple of workshops based on this report, answer questions, put out information, and get moving. But we are now at the point that I wanted to be a few months ago, but we're there. So any questions or comments on that?
Questions for, yes, Morgan?
Just a comment, and I'm not sure exactly what areas you might be looking at in terms of the dune management and the fences where there may be a feeling that there's excess fencing and fencing could be removed, et cetera. I think the thinking of some of the property owners is that they're not trying to build up the dune as much with additional fencing as they're trying to keep as much sand as possible from migrating toward their property and getting into a situation where many were last winter, where they then had to remove that sand. So it'd be better to trap it further out, and if the dune gets bigger, it gets bigger, but taking that fence out would just not move the sand to another area that needs it. It would move it to the houses and the walkways that then would have to be removed. I think that's some of the situations.
Oh,
It
you're
may not be all.
You're absolutely right, and I probably didn't state it that way, but part of this goal of doing this is to reduce the relocation needs at all. Some of this, it's a matter of getting the sand going in the right directions for things. So you'll never eliminate the fact that fine sand, when the wind blows, goes in the direction of the wind. But there's an awful lot of fence out there, sand fence and stuff some of it's never going to do. You can't put fence parallel to the beach and expect it to block any sand blowing anywhere. So it's not helping any matters. But it's more a matter, it's going to be a specific ride down the beach and try and deal with specific problems. But avoiding the relocation issue is right up there on the list. Although some of that happens to be location. When your property sits in what the real natural dune is, right in the middle of it, the sand wants to go there. And so there may be some of those issues that we're going to have to deal with on an exception basis of trying to figure out how to make a barrier, a diversion or whatnot forward of that property to prevent it accumulating on it.
Oh, you're bringing up an excellent discussion topic, and I don't know if we would be allowed to do this with copyright questions or whatnot, but several years ago, and John, you're probably aware of this, Spencer Rogers put out a book, the Dune book, and it talks a lot about the basic fundamental laws of physics of dune buildup and dune management and protection of houses. And I'm wondering if we might be able to get permission to put that on our website so that property owners across the board could review that. I mean, it's written in very Dick and Jane language, and it's superb.
Well, let me, and thank you for that, because what I'll do is I will throw that in with my other pile of light reading, and that could also become part of those workshops that we do. So that would be an excellent tool for that.
Super.
Thank you.
The sand is already migrating, and I think you'll see people putting, sand fence, but I think we also need to be real careful that there's a fine line between where the town can say sand fencing is allowed and private property that people are using for sand fencing as well.
Right, we're cognizant of that. Hopefully carrots, use of carrots.
Okay, any other report? You finished with your committee report?
Sir, I'm finished.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a report from the Jeanette's Pier?
I do have a,
And
well,
Tourist Bureau?
yeah, I do. We met, the Jeanette's Peer Committee met on October 22nd. We had a quorum, which was good, because we've had difficulty having that recently. Anyway, I have, we have some vacancies on that board. We have been assured there will be some appointments to that board very shortly. And there are a lot of great things going on at the pier, a lot of wonderful educational activities by a variety of universities and organizations. And I don't feel qualified to tell you about all of those, so I've asked for Mike Rimage to come to our December meeting and give us an overview of everything that's going on at the pier. And I believe that's already on our agenda, is that correct? So I won't bore you with my limited knowledge on that. And then the Tourism Board met last, what was it, on October 23rd. And the numbers are really good. We had some, a little celebratory meeting because the Seafood Festival was a great success with over 9,000 people attending. The weather was beautiful. Everything functioned on the site extremely well. There were no injuries, no accidents. So all of that went very well. And Lee Nettles, who was the chairman this past year, was in recovery. So he was happy to have that, that part behind him. Let me give you some numbers here. The calendar year receipts are up, occupancy is up 4.78%, meals are up 4.37%. So I thought that was really, really good. Look for, let's see. Let me find Nags Head specifically. So many numbers.
Transportation.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Occupancy in Nags Head was up 4.18% for the calendar year, and meals are up 9.9%. So that's really good. That means that our businesses are doing well in Nags Head. So that's pretty much all I have to share on that. Remember that the Outer Banks Marathon occurs this weekend, so volunteer if you can, run if you can. Be ready for an onslaught of visitors, which we all love to have this time of year. So, oh, and Dowdies. We had a great meeting. Our Dowdies committee met last week. It was our first meeting with our consultants, which are Albemarle Engineering and VHB, and I've asked, we had the survey results, and we have some homework to do before our next meeting, but I've asked Andy to provide that information for you.
So real quick, we did do a survey for the Stouty Park Design Project. We distributed it at the Pumpkin Fair on October 4th and got a lot of input at the Pumpkin Fair, but we also have it on our town website. So we presented the preliminary survey results at the meeting. We're going to keep the survey up on the website until the public meeting, which is scheduled for November 20th. But we just presented the preliminary results just to give you a flavor of what people are saying about the park. So if you could go ahead and start that. So this is just the presentation we gave to the committee. These are some photos from the Pumpkin Fair and from the art project that Marsha Klein and Carrie Sanders did on the north face of the existing Dowdy building with the shingles. Just some more photos from the event itself. On the lower right-hand corner, or lower left-hand corner is one of the shingles on the side of the building, and there's Commissioner Walters up there soliciting input. She was very active. We got a lot of participants from the petting zoo that day. So, next slide. This is just a copy of the comment card we had available at the event. Next slide. We also have the same comment card. It's in a different format, but it are the exact same questions online, and those are all posted on the website. And so we just asked four or five basic questions. You know, the first question is, what's your zip code? We want to be able to pull out the Nags Head resident responses versus the non-Nags Head resident responses. We wanted to get a feel for the ages because this park is going to be designed for all age groups, so we wanted to be able to analyze that. And then we asked what amenities, what types of actual constructed facilities would you like to see at the park, and then what type of activities you would like to see eventually at the park. And then the last question was just an open-ended question for them to provide any general comments. So here we are. We've got 354 total responses so far. That was as of last week. There are probably a few more now. And the majority of the responses were from Nags Head, 131, and you can see the breakdown there in the table. I think we got you this presentation as well in your packet. So responses by age, you can see 30 to 50 was the majority of folks that responded, and this largely has to do with the park event or the event at Nags Head Elementary School with parents being there and so on. But we did get a wide distribution, probably a reliable distribution. This gives you a flavor of how the amenities are falling out. Certainly playground, picnic shelter, walking paths are all high. These are fairly basic amenities you would see at most parks. And there does seem to be a desire for more of a passive facility with a performance venue, green space, garden area, more of just an open passive recreation facility. The next one. So here are the activities, and once again, this sort of reflects what people said about amenities. You know, a lot of desire for things like concerts, farmers markets, social gatherings, just family events, not necessarily, you know, sports facilities or a highly programmed space. And we did break out the activities based on the 27959 zip code, and that tended to reflect the overall responses. So there wasn't drastic differences there. And then finally, we have amenities by age, and I won't go through all this specifically, but there is a trend we're seeing in these results. So I think this will be helpful for the committee as they move forward. And then lastly, we did have the general comments, and we sort of tried to summarize some of the general comments we did receive. And so, some of the comments dealt with things that we didn't specifically ask on the survey. So that's a summary of the survey, and I'll just mention briefly, we did schedule the public meeting on November 20th at 5:30 to collect comments from the general public, and then we do have a design charrette scheduled on November 21st at 9 a.m. Both of those meetings are here. The design charrette is with the committee, where we're going to sit down with the consultant and the landscape architect, and he's going to walk the committee through a series of design exercises to help lay out the three conceptual alternatives that you'll later see presented to you. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Commissioner Demirs?
My two primary committees did not meet since our last meeting. However, in a related gathering, I did attend the Albemarle Region Commission meeting, which was nicely hosted over in Manio at the Government Center there. And in relation to earlier comments here, I actually sat with Commissioner Overman and Chairman Judge from Dare County, and we had a lot of discussion about the beach nourishment projects. And as Commissioner Ratzenberger was talking about, whether Nags Head's part of the plan or not, but I assure you that all of our conversation totally integrated Nags Head into the future planning, and the intent on behalf of the commission as relayed by Mr. Overman and Judge was that we go to everybody getting involved in the future years, and you know, whatever available funding there is would be shared appropriately. And I think it's a great idea to follow up on that, Commissioner Ratzenberger, with everyone else, so that we're all on the same sheet of music, and there's no perception anywhere that Nags heads on its own and everybody else is doing something else. It was very satisfying discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Cahoon, do you have a report?
Yes, you will be seeing by the end of this week, plea for people to join our business group based on our Board of Commissioners meeting. Now that planning's pretty much fully staffed, it's time to go to work. So that will be going out first to the board for comments and then to be put on our website and so forth. We did have a CRC meeting in October. There was a panel discussion to present to the governor, who attended for the first time of ever any sitting governor. And there were different panelists that presented coastal issues to him, and then he in turn asked those people questions. So there was some give and take back and forth. So that was pretty helpful. And last, as a follow-up to Commissioner Ratzenberger's ASBPA, they had an executive meeting where they voted to terminate the contract with a lobbyist, and they're more interested in moving into an executive director position of the ASBPC. Yeah, so that's moving on forward, and they're getting ready to take applications for that.
Thank you. The only thing I have is we hope to kick off the recycling committee later in November, so we're looking for volunteers for that to determine a look at town-wide mandatory recycling and look at it in a way that we can possibly save the town some money for that. So hopefully by the end of November, we'll have that kicked off. Any other committee reports? We have quite a lengthy agenda to go yet. I would recommend that we take an hour break for lunch. Can we get a consensus on that? Okay, let's recess until 1:15.
Okay.
Nags Head Board of Commissioners back in session. Next item on the agenda are board committee appointments. And the first one of those is an appointment to the RPO Transportation Coordinating Committee. I think our planning director was our last representative there.
It needs to be the new one.
Motion to appoint our planning director.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none, congratulations, Andy. And then appointment to our Soundside Boardwalk Steering Committee, and Elizabeth was our last representative there.
Motion to appoint Andy to that.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations again, Andy. And now we've got appointments to the Personnel Grievance Panel. I think you had in the packet a list of current members and a list of possible new members.
How many are we appointing? 3?
We are appointing a member and an alternate.
Actually, according to this, we have 3 vacancies, right?
Yeah, we're appointing 3, it
Member
says.
and 2 alternates.
Yeah, member and two alternates, right? Right now, Sandra Futrell is the alternate. I'll get my other piece of paper here. Do we have any nominations?
I believe Ms. Kramer, Jean Kramer would like to be on that board. And I would put her name up.
For the
Regular position?
The
regular
regular
position?
position.
Okay. Are there other nominations?
Is there any reason to not nominate Ms. Farah for an alternate? Just fill it up with everybody we got?
Let's fill the permanent position
All right,
first.
that's fine.
Second? Did you ask for a second on that? You nominated.
Yeah,
We don't need a second for nomination.
Okay.
But she is nominated. Any other nominations?
Here it
And that's for the vacant regular position. Jeannie Kramer has been nominated. Are they, has the motion nominations be closed?
So moved.
Moved, seconded?
Second.
All right. All in favor of Jeannie Kramer being being named to the vacant regular position on the Personnel Grievance Panel, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, there being none. We've got 2 alternate positions. And we've got, on our list, we have Paula Farrow is a candidate.
I'd like to nominate her into it, mine.
Nominated for an alternate position.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Okay, been made and seconded. Any other nominations? The motion that nominations be closed.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, nominations be closed. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those in favor of naming Paula Farah to a alternate position on the Personnel Grievance Board, but signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none. Are there any other candidates for the second alternate position?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are the other names that are on the chart that we have acknowledged interested parties for this panel vacancy? No.
No.
So we just had these 3 on the bottom. We're interested, okay. So we don't have any applicants left.
No, none left.
We need to find some additional applicants for the Personnel Grievance Committee. Okay? I had one other appointment, and this was not on your agenda, so I'm just going to pass it by you for consensus. And if we want formal action, we can handle it next month. I had a memo from Webb Fuller, who is our representative on the Seafood Festival, has been our representative for the past 2 years. He's willing to serve again, but we need to, we would need to rename him. If it's the board's pleasure, we can do that today. If not, we can wait till next month.
Have we had the request from the Seafood Festival Board?
No.
Defer to the request.
Should we wait for the formal request? Does it matter?
I don't think they didn't last year request a member.
Okay.
What's your pleasure? Postpone to next month and take formal action?
Maybe we should let it wait to see if other people are interested. I don't think it would do any harm for another.
Well, I would check on the Seafood Festival, because I thought next year was a dormant year anyway, so I don't know. Weren't they gonna go dormant for a year? And I don't know this, but I thought that was part of the lot conditioning plan.
They're staggered in 2-year increments,
Increments,
so it might be a good idea just to get a little more information on that before we
Okay.
take an action that may or may not be needed.
Carolyn, would you put that on our agenda for the December meeting, please?
Okay.
I don't like to bring up something that wasn't on the agenda, but we'll just pass that on. Next item is consideration of a text amendment to Town Code Chapter 46, taxi cab regulations. Cliff would like to present that, please, sir.
We have two parts to this that we're asking you to consider and adopt for modifications to Town Code Chapter 46, which pertains to vehicles for hire. The first being to Section 46-42. It would change the title only. The title of this section would be deleted. We would delete hearing on application, notice on and notice and publication of hearing. This is the housekeeping portion of this request. We just asked that you would amend that to read review of application by town manager, as there is no hearing, an official hearing. The other is part of discussions, outcome that you've had from previous times where you've considered an appeal. As you know, the way the ordinance reads now is that it's a conviction date, which takes a long time from the time you're arrested till you may actually get a notice of conviction or not. What we're asking you to do is to amend this 46-86. The clock would start ticking when the offense or the arrest was made. What this says is that you can, if someone's been guilty of an offense that has occurred within 7 years of the offense, is now what we're requesting. Before it was the convictions. They could be arrested, they could be tried and convicted a year down the road, and it's just putting more time on. So we're just asking you to consider the arrest date instead of the conviction date.
Any discussion? Question? Yes.
I have a question. I know this came up before, but an offense or an arrest is not a conviction. So should we even consider something that they may not even be?
The consideration is still for a conviction, but whether it's considered depends on whether the offense or arrest for that conviction occurred within the 7-year period.
Yeah, the phrasing of that took care of your question.
Right.
Hopefully.
I was concerned about that too initially when I first reviewed the ordinance.
Did we want to, I guess I'll ask the question, why didn't we include that same language in the other convictions that are listed there?
Let me respond to that, since I'm the one that kind of kicked this thing off. And that, look carefully at all the rest of them and said, you know, we got a DWI, which is kind of a, you know, it's a bad choice. It can happen to anybody. The rest of these are basically criminal offenses of robbery, violent, you know, this, that, and all the rest of it. And I was really unwilling to, I didn't think we needed to go down that far. But as we've seen already, we had a person come in that was in the system over a year after the arrest and just tacked on the time. I mean,
Well, that's not unusual at all.
yeah, I know, and that's part of my concern, is that if they get an arrest, 3 years, could possibly have done 3 years of clean time, et cetera, but they don't get any credit for the amount of time they were in the system itself. And in this case, I thought that was, we could let the chief decide on them, and if he has any issues, they'll come to us anyway, but
Any other question? We have a motion.
I'll go ahead and make the motion, since I kicked it off, that the motion would be to clean up section 46-42 heading, and to revise in part 2, to amend C Bowlegs 1 and 2 to go from the date of the arrest as opposed to the date of the conviction.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? not, all in favor of the motion to amend the section 4642 and 4686, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none, it's so ordered. Okay, David, South Memorial Avenue water line extension.
Can you bring up the graphic? I think it's page 4 in the backup info.
Okay.
So for your consideration is a water main extension for South Memorial Ave. What I've got before you is a graphic which kind of outlines what's trying to be accomplished. This is South Memorial Avenue. This green line represents an existing water main which terminates at this point right here. There is an existing water stub out here along Bainbridge, and basically what the proposal is to connect this water line through this pathway parallel to an existing ditch to this existing water line near the intersection of Bainbridge and Memorial. So the proposal is for 275 lineal feet of water main extension connecting these two streets together. Basically, it will provide improved water pressure within the localized system, improve fire flow, and also water quality. This is a project that has been kicked around for a couple of years. This was initially discussed as part of the Bowman-Wade subdivision, which is the subdivision here at the end of Memorial. The board at that time had asked staff to look into the feasibility of accomplishing this water main extension. And there was a formal approval that was issued back in 2012 by the board to move forward with this. Subsequently, there was a design that was done. It was permitted, and earlier this year, that permit was extended through public water supply to keep this project active. So the request before you is for a budget adjustment of $26,000, which will cover the construction, survey, stakeout, and any contingencies associated with the installation, and for the manager to move forward with a execution of a contract with Bass Knight Construction. In your packet is included the bid package along with the permitted drawings, the permit that was issued for this project, and also some other associated background to the history of this project. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, we have any questions?
Obviously, this is from water funds, right?
That is correct.
This is from retained earnings in water fund.
Okay.
Correct.
Any questions for David? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. There being none, so carried.
Thank you very much.
Get on with it. And you have a discussion of proposed revisions to the land use planning guidelines and grants.
All right, so in your packet, you received a summary sheet on the revisions, proposed revisions to the land use planning guidelines by Division of Coastal Management. As indicated in the sheet, there was a workshop back in May where local planning staff and local officials and elected officials were invited to provide comments to DCM on the proposed changes to the guidelines and the planning process in general. The memo that you received from DCM in the packet outlines what they're trying to accomplish with these revisions. Mostly has to do with allowing local governments to take more ownership of their land use plans and rely less on the prescribed CAMA format that was done with the 2010 Town of Nags Head Land Use Plan. We have circulated this to the board. We're requesting comments from the board. Probably should get any comments back by Friday of this week. The comments are due to them on November 10th. We did get comments from Commissioner Demers and Commissioner Ratzenberger. And any other comments you want us to include in our letter to DCM, please get those to me by Friday. Overall, I think that these are a step in the right direction. It's going to allow us to basically develop a plan much more similar, I think, as Commissioner Ratzenberger mentioned, to our 2000 plan in a format that's much more user-friendly and requires quite a bit less mapping and analysis. In some cases, that's good. In some cases, it was just being done to meet the requirements in our technical guidelines. We'll say that from a staff perspective, we would want to pay attention to their technical manual. They indicate in here that they're going to be revising that as well, and so hopefully we'll have a chance to comment on the technical manual once it comes out, probably after these guidelines are adopted. And you know, I think the comments that we received so far from two of the commissioners had to do with the turnaround time for reviews and approvals. I think that the consensus there was that it should be 60 days for review and approval, so that, you know, we know when we're going to get it back, and if we don't get it back, then that's essentially a default approval of our plan. And then I think that just having the local concerns incorporated into the the management topics being paramount. So that's what I took from that. Certainly would like to hear anything you have for us today, and certainly anything you want to forward on via email, that would be great as well.
Question,
Commissioner
thank you, sir. Question in regard to review and approval. Do they actually have approval authority, or are they just reviewing and commenting to us, and then we proceed?
Well, in the past, it's always required CAMA approval, and it's mainly tied to the grant. So if they had given us a grant in the past, then they have the right to comment and approve it. And historically, that's always been done by the CRC. I think what they're proposing here is that their staff can review and approve the plan and not necessarily involve the CRC in the approval of a local plan. So I still think there is an approval in here. And I think you mentioned in your comments that perhaps it should just be a review but not necessarily an approval. Is that correct?
Yeah, and maybe I'm wrong, but it appears that we're implying and granting a level of authority to them that maybe doesn't exist until we generate it. I'd rather see review and comment or review and concur before we move forward. And if they concur or non-concur, we could still move forward locally as long as we're not depending upon them for an approval. If there's some statutory requirement for their approval, fine, but unless we can determine that, I don't want to grant them additional power. That I think the intent of this is to power this down to the local level.
Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
Under the 7B guidelines, it is a state requirement for the CRC to approve land use plans. It's not a either or. It's in the state statutes under CRC guidelines. What has happened in the past is that the staff has reviewed the plans, sometimes to great extremes, which is one of the reasons it's trying to be streamlined instead of taking years. And once the staff has documented that a land use plan, whomever it might be from, met the guidelines, the CRC cannot disapprove it. May not like it, but it can't disapprove it. It has to be approved, submitted to the CRC for approval. What we're trying to do is get away from taking that time when it already meets all the guidelines to just allow the director to go ahead and approve it per the CRC. And not.
So, yeah, that's been delegated to the division director.
The commission is delegating that, but it's not a plan that the CRC likes or dislikes, it's based on state statutes that the 20 coastal counties will do land use plans, will submit them for approval based on certain guidelines. Like some counties do it for for everybody in their county, the towns and everything. In Dare County, each town has chosen to do its own land use plan. And if you're a really small town, you do what's called a workbook. So it's all different, but we're trying to streamline the process, make it less cumbersome, especially since there's not going to be any grant monies coming forward anymore, because that money has disappeared. But it's an effort to, and I'm not going to give you any comments about this, because I've made my comments on the floor, that I think what happened to us in 2010 was horrible. They kept it for years, and they made changes that we really didn't agree with. And the entire commission has endorsed that concept, that no longer will staff try to force changes on municipalities and local governments that they don't want. They want the land, they want the towns and the counties to be vested in their own land use plans, not dictated to.
I think from what I read in the revisions, this has become more of a local, true land use plan rather than a state document.
Having been bloodied in the wars, and by the way, I hate to say, 2010 was the date when the wars ended, not when they started. And having been bloodied in that whole thing, this is something we can work with. It's eliminated the majority of the things where they could get in there doing any reviewing or approving. Anyway, it's our plan, our format. We can put it whenever we want to, and let's take a look at it that way. But I'm comfortable.
Okay. Well, not to be argumentative at all, but the Diener note, if I'm reading the right document here, the Diener memo says delegate land use plan and amendment certification authority to the division director. I didn't say approval or disapproval, eliminating the need for CRC involvement, like you said, Commissioner Cahoon, while maintaining oversight and standard setting. Well, okay, oversight and standard setting to me means they overwatch the process and they establish the standards by which we operate, but it doesn't give them an approval. That's my feeling on it. I don't think we ought to insert the word approval. If we want to reword it and talk about certification or something like that, I think that accomplishes the objective of powering this down to the local level, and we move ahead with our process. And as pointed out by Commissioner Ratzenberger, we put a time limit on their participation.
Our wording is certification. We certify that it has met all the rules pertaining to the 7B land use plans. That's what we do or what's been done in CRC, is we don't actually use the word approval. We certify that it has met all the 7B guidelines.
That's fine. If certification is the right word from what I did, I just banged that out, and the certification is a fine word for me. I don't care.
I think the main thing is we just want to establish a time limit for when we can hear back from them. And if we haven't heard back in whatever capacity that they're going to operate, we move ahead anyway.
Yeah, and you and I are agreement on that one. That's what we wanted, was just take a shot or sit quietly.
Andy, one thing in there that I didn't get real clear in my mind, and I saw it addressed somewhere, and I don't see it right now, was the executive summary. That's the document that I use more than anything else. I'd like to make sure that we get enough teeth in that executive summary that where it's usable to take care of most of our situations.
Okay.
Well, we created that because the plan itself was so unreadable.
Right.
If we have a readable plan, we might not need an executive summary.
Some of us still will.
Well, that could be.
Okay, and any other comments, get them into Andy by Friday.
And I'll prepare a letter, and then I'll circulate that back out to everybody
Okay.
before we send it on.
Good,
All
thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
We've got several items that we need to go into closed session for, and rather than doing that back and forth, would the board agree to moving the presentation of the annual report from the town manager up? And then when we go into closed session, we can handle all of the several issues at one time. We have consensus on that, so we won't tie staff up the rest of the afternoon. All right, Cliff's up to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. I want to thank Roberta for putting this PowerPoint together, and we're going to present it in the same manner we have in the last several years. Each one of the department heads will come up and present their department slides and their presentation to you. I do want to thank the staff for the work that they've put into this. If you have questions along the way, please just don't hesitate to stop and ask the department head that's up at the time. We're constantly planning and evaluating. It's kind of, I think, a weird position for us to be in, to stand here on the 1st of November to tell you about what happened June back of last year, because we're already talking about planning for the budget and CIP going forward next year. And you heard, we try and do this at the same time you hear from the auditor on the financial report. We've already taken into account some of the recommendations and suggestions that she referenced to today. So those are, again, the ways that we're constantly evaluating and planning. But I'll just stop now, and I think we're going to have Carolyn start us off.
Highlights for the Board of Commissioners for fiscal year 13-14 include continued beach monitoring, stormwater drainage mitigation, the Dowdy Park site, Conley Ridge building management, continued building of a positive relationship with the state legislature, and continued fiscal monitoring. The Board of Commissioners adopted during this time period 39 ordinances, 21 resolutions, and 10 proclamations. In administration, the town clerk's office prepared 228 legal pages of minutes for 20 board meetings and coordinated both the Memorial Day and the Veterans Day annual celebrations. Also in administration, the town website provided additional links to town YouTube videos and an updated town calendar. There were 55 email broadcasts to over 536 subscribers, 36 news releases. There were 753 tweets to over 3,100 followers. On the town's Facebook page, we have over 3,400 fans versus 1,817 during fiscal year 12-13. And we also participated in the Dare County Joint Information Section.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. It's my privilege again to talk about Departments of Administrative Services. Administrative Services provides support services to the other town departments, including purchasing, payables, payroll processing, benefits, insurance, budget, and financial record keeping. In addition, we provide services to the general public, which include billing and collecting taxes, water, business licenses, and stormwater. During the past fiscal year, we were actually short somewhere between 2 and 4 positions at any point in time because of some transfers within the department, so it was a bit more challenging of a year for us than usual, but it makes these numbers that much more important than what they are. In accounts payable, we issued approximately the same number of checks as we had in the past year, a very slight increase. We were able to increase the number of ACH payments by 6%, which is a much more efficient way to pay people. We were also able to save $2,200 in purchase discounts by making payments earlier than their due dates. With purchase orders, we were up about 13%. And with privilege licenses, we issued about a 10% increase more in last fiscal year than we did in the prior year. I'll just note that this is a revenue source that, for the most part, is going to go away at the end of this fiscal year, other than a few exceptions to that, unless the federal legislature does something different than what they've already done. Next, please. With water, we issued 28,000 water bills compared to 28,000 the prior year, just a very slight increase. We had a decline in the number of new water service accounts from 33 down to 24. We did something new last year. We did start offering e-billing to our customers. We currently have about 122 that have signed up for that, and I hope that's a number that increases in the future. That basically allows your bills to be emailed directly to you rather than having to send them through the mail, and those cards sometimes get lost, or I think it's a very good service that we're able to offer. With taxes, and this is a statistic I'm particularly proud of, number of tax bills for the year was approximately the same, just over 6,000, but we had a 99.89% tax collection rate. That's the highest that we've had since fiscal year 07-08. That's with the position being vacant at the end of the year, and we were still able to achieve those results. Additionally, we also collected more than 50% of the prior year outstanding taxes, so that's the lowest unpaid tax bills at June 30th that we've had in a number of years as well. With payroll, we only issue payment by direct deposit now. We issued approximately 3,300 last year. For insurance claims, we were up slightly from 16 to 17 in workers' compensation claims, and property claims were also up as well from 3 to 10. Human Resources also had a very busy year. We had more turnover than we've had in a number of years, so there were 13 full-time position vacancies with $1,600 spent in advertising. We processed 2 terminations, 9 resignations, 4 retirements, and 2 promotions. Our wellness program, again, had a very successful year. Our participation was 99.09, which basically means we had everybody but 1 employee that participated. Because of that success, where statewide the increases in health insurance were as high as 30%, Nags was only 12%. Also going to be presenting for you today the Department of Information Technology. Equipment deployed during the year were 3 additional network attached storage servers, 14 desktop computers, a network switch, 13 laptops were replaced, 4 tablets were added, 3 Wi-Fi access points were added, including one that allows people to access Wi-Fi from this location, and 4 Ultrabooks were also added, along with a large format printer and AutoCAD software. Other developments and improvements during the year included migration to ArcGIS online service, disaster recovery storage site was implemented, Fire Station 16 South Wing presentation equipment was updated as a backup site for board meetings or other meetings, police video storage system was deployed, and the Fire Station's NFIRS software was replaced with a cloud-based solution. Information technology supports a very vast, wide network of equipment, and that includes servers, computers and printers, the telephone system, multiple mobile devices, data storage equipment, the entire network infrastructure, which includes the wire and network firewalls, a router, fiber connectors, 12 managed switches, 9 wireless access points. They also provide support to every single town user of this equipment and all the various software programs that each and every department uses. And one other point I'll make, that Cliff addressed earlier about the things that were brought up in the audit. With the indirect cost allocation, we're currently working on, I haven't been able to find an external provider to update those numbers, so we're currently working on doing that internally. We're also identifying a funding source to get us caught up on funding for police separation allowance, which we'll bring back to you at a future board meeting. And then we're also planning to bring up revisiting the fund balance policy so that the terminology currently being used matches what our policy says, and also for further clarification of that policy.
Good. Thank you, Kim.
Okay, so Planning and Development Department. As you well know, our department provides services including long-range planning, special projects, grant development. We also administer the town's national flood insurance program, including the community rating system. We have several certified floodplain managers on staff now. We also handle the septic health initiative for the town and water quality monitoring program. The department is heavily involved, hopefully more so in the future, in GIS data management and mapping. We handle our technical review committee, reviewing all commercial site plans and subdivision plans. We also have, I think, 5 or 6 CAMA local permitting officers and handle the CAMA minor permitting program for the town. And we also provide staff assistance for various boards, including this board. Highlights for the previous fiscal year. The town did complete its comprehensive pedestrian plan with Alta Design. I believe it was adopted back in June or July. Several committees worked hard this year on the stormwater ordinance and parking ordinance, which is ongoing. As you know, the stormwater ordinance was adopted, I believe, back in January, and it's now being administered by staff. Parking ordinance is still ongoing. We hope to get that back to the board in the next month or two. The Gallery Row projects, there is an effort to bring back the Gallery Row area, and the town has conducted a study with Cahoon and Caston Architects to look at what can be done to improve that area. I believe there's also some public outreach and public events that have been conducted in the past year, including a sip and stroll event. Soundside Boardwalk planning is still ongoing. I believe the town was very active the previous year, and that committee will hopefully reconvene here in the next few months to begin initiating that project again. Albemarle Regional Bicycle Plan was adopted this past year, and the town did serve on that committee and provide comments as part of that process. Also, several ordinance updates were completed in the past year, and also a Safe Routes to School partnership. The planning department has been busy this year. As you can see, here are some of the statistics for the various work products we've been working on. 231 code compliance investigations, 301 septic tanks inspected and 56 pumped, 273 water quality samples taken, 12 text amendments, 2 variance requests, 127 camera permits, 329 zoning permits, and new last year was the sand relocation permitting, which we completed 114 of those. This is just a general summary of total building permits, and you can see FY 2013-2014 was very strong when compared to previous years. I will say that based on my short experience here, it is continuing into this year. We have a lot of permitting activity the last few months. This is sort of a reiteration of a previous slide, but we do have some of the same projects continuing, as well as new projects. The Dowdy Park design is now underway. Ordinance revisions, we are going to be bringing back to the board in the next few months a plan to do the ordinance revision as a larger project with a consultant in the next few months, possibly discussing that with the board at the retreat. We'll be working on a plan to implement the pedestrian plan, building that into our capital improvements program. We continue to implement the stormwater ordinance and adopt methods to make that process as easy as possible for applicants. Sand relocations, obviously, that's going to continue into this year. There still seems to be a need for that out there. I just mentioned Soundside Boardwalk. Recreation plan implementation of the Dowdy Park project is a big part of that. We continue to work on our permitting workflows and getting permit times down and improve our processes. GIS development and staffing and cross-training will be a big focus. And thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Board of Commissioners. Here this afternoon to present you the Police Department annual report. We kind of based it on our goals and objectives that we had set at the beginning of the fiscal year. So as the manager said, if you have any questions that I can answer, please don't hesitate to let me know. The first goal, continually improve cooperative working relationships with our residents, visitors, and business owners through educational and innovative programs. You're aware of our DARE officer. At the end of 2013, the Nags Police Department held its first annual DARE graduation for 96 fifth graders at Nags Elementary. The certified DARE officer presented this 10-week program which focused on making good life choices, the different types of bullying, and the dangers of alcohol, drugs, and tobacco use. I know the Mayor Pro Tem was at that graduation, and it was nice to see those kids coming up and all dressed in their red Dare shirts. Going off that same goal again, how we accomplish that is the 3rd annual Nags Head Elementary Bike Rodeo. That's a partnership with other town departments, the fire department and planning in particular. Nags Head bicycle officers coordinated the event, which allowed each student with Nags Head Elementary School to participate. We had pre-K and second graders were shown by the bike officers how to ride safely, while students in grades 3 through 5 were given a brief safety lecture, and then were able to ride several courses demonstrating the safety aspects that they had learned about riding a bike. Continuing on with that same goal, our partnership with the Outer Banks Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Coalition. This is a group of concerned citizens, business owners, managers, elected officials, and local governments that are interested in the safety and the betterment of pedestrian and bicycle safety. Work includes public service announcements and bicycle pedestrian safety videos. I play a very active role in that with Commissioner Cahoon on this coalition, and the information that we generate on a local basis, I think, is well received by our residents and visitors. Handing out bike lights, thousands of bike lights have been distributed over the last 12 to 18 months, and it's the work of the coalition. The Walk and Bike to School Day, this is an annual event for the town of Nags Head. Again, it's other departments other than just us. Some of the Board of Commissioners participate as well, but it's to promote healthy lifestyles and safe routes to school. And it's just a lot of fun to see those kids walking to school with their parents and some of the other volunteers, so we're happy to be a part of that. One of our another goal here is continually explore opportunities to establish public and private partnerships for resources to provide effective law enforcement services. You remember a couple years ago, or about a year ago, Project Lifesaver. The purpose of this is to provide timely response and to save lives and reduce potential injury for adults and children who wander due to Alzheimer's, autism, and other related conditions. You remember we applied for and received a $5,000 equipment grant during the previous fiscal year. This year we had conducted our training, and through our visitors from other states, we received 3 requests for their loved ones to be outfitted. And when I say outfitted, you'll see the monitor or the bracelet up in the right-hand corner. While they were here, they were outfitted with that bracelet, and this provided their families with the comfort in knowing that their loved ones would be safe in case they wander. And got a lot of positive comments for that they're able to have that same program back in their hometown that they're able to have here. On that same goal, we partnered, assisted the North Carolina Aquariums and Dare County Schools. The police officers assisted the aquariums on Roanoke Island and Dare County Schools in providing a safe and secure learning environment for their field trips. Officers worked with these organizations to see that the elementary school students from throughout Dare County that came to Nags Head were escorted from the YMCA or Nags Head Elementary to the Bonnet Street Beach access to learn about the marine life. A lot of activity with that, several groups, and it takes place over a several week period. Our Nags Head Community Watch Association, again, it was formed in 1995. Sergeant Doug White left this fiscal year to go into retirement, but we've had a revamping of our organization, and Officer Laura Gearreath is doing a great job with us on that. Although I did not put it in the slide for space purposes, we did this fiscal year receive a $10,000 Governor's Crime Commission grant that allowed us to replace our service pistols, which were in need of being replaced due to the years of service they had. Again, that was a $10,000 non-matching grant that did not require any budgeted funds. Going on a new goal here, promote clean, safe, and secure livable neighborhoods through proactive police activities that increase the overall safety of our residents, visitors, and business owners. Something that the fire department does, and we do partner with them on it, is the child safety seat clinics. Several of those were conducted during the previous fiscal year. They ensure that the child seats are properly installed. If a problem is discovered, it is removed and properly reinstalled. This service provides parents and guardians with the peace of mind knowing that their young child is safe while in the car traveling. I mentioned it earlier, but the bicycle lights that we hand out, this is through the Outer Banks Bicycle Pedestrian Safety Coalition. I give the lights to the officers, and at night or during the day when they see kids out playing or riding their bikes, stop and hand those lights out and show them how to properly install it on their handlebars. New goal here is continue to internally promote a service-oriented department that works with our community to solve problems and create solutions. Second fiscal year in a row that we did this, talking about diverse and goal-specific training. We have 2 rapid deployment instructors which teach active shooters type situations, not just at our schools, but at any of our businesses, the hospital, YMCA, anywhere where something that may occur. Having those 2 instructors allows us to do our training in-house without having to send our officers out of town, which is an expense to travel and for meals. Standardized field sobriety testing instructors, again, having an instructor, we're able to do that training in-house without having to travel outside the area. This year, the State Crime Lab went through some changes through the State Bureau of Investigation, and we had to conduct internal training with our officers. We had an officer that was trained to be able to do that, and we were able to do that for their submission of evidence for analysis. Lastly, the North Carolina State Highway Patrol Drivers Training School. Driving is the highest liability for law enforcement officers, and as our training budget has allowed, officers are attending an intense 40-hour driver training course at the Highway Patrol Driving Training Center in Raleigh. Just to kind of wrap up, that was kind of my presentation, but just I took a couple comments that we had received either by cards or letters or by emails, and just tell you about some of the interactions our officers had. The first one, this is a town visitor describing his interaction with an officer. I can honestly say your officer is one of the most polite and respectful officers I've ever had contact with. And that was describing an interaction that he had with one of the officers. The next one, we thoroughly enjoyed the stories you shared and especially appreciate the guidelines on shoplifting prevention and how to handle other potential safety concerns. Please thank the town of Nags Head for sending a great team to address our questions and concerns. A local business manager from a store at the Outer Banks Mall and 2 officers presented a crime prevention program to her, which is not uncommon. We do those throughout the year, but she sent a very nice email about that. The third one, not only was he calm, collected, and professional in how he handled himself, but he was also very caring and concerned for the well-being of the residents. That's a Nags Head resident that was describing an interaction with an officer. And then the last one, we all have a job to do, but sometimes we only have a split second to make the right or wrong decision. And tonight, your officers made all the right decisions. Kudos to all involved. That was from an email that I received from a 911 supervisor through Dare County Communications. So we do think it was a great year, and thank you for allowing me to present this to you today.
Thank you, Kevin.
First off, let me say how much of a privilege it is to work with Kevin Brinkley in the police department. We have a great partnership and work together on all these great events, and we look forward for that continuing in the coming year. Just a real snapshot of our responses for the prior fiscal year. We had 877 total fire and EMS responses. As a total, that shows a 2.8% overall decrease in calls. Our commercial fire responses decreased as well, actually pretty flat, about 1%. We had 457 residential fire responses, and that was a 4.6% increase. 372 medical responses, and those decreased by 11%, which is a little unusual. Usually the national average is about 3/4 or 2/3 of your calls are medical calls, and the remaining is fire. We had a huge decrease in the amount of property loss due to structural fire damage this prior year. We had about $1.8 million worth of damage, and this year we only had about $14,300. And that was primarily just small, confined cooking fires that we had, very minimal damage. So we had a good year. Before we get to the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about this one. This is just a real snapshot of what we did. Fire calls broken out, EMS calls broken out, and canceled en route. So the responding unit never did get to the scene. So there was no hazardous condition there. Next. I'm not going to attempt to try and describe all the minutia on this pie chart, but this is just a general overview of what the fire department does, all the calls that we do respond on. This is medical call, or rather just fire calls, no medical calls. Just some of the notable accomplishments there. We had 0 fireworks-related calls in the prior year. So we did have some undetermined fires, but we could not attribute any of those to fireworks, so we thought that was pretty significant. Our lift assistance and assistance to special needs individuals is increasing dramatically. And we've taken that as a new chapter in our response, and we've actually gotten some equipment this year, and I'll talk about later, to facilitate some of that response and help us out. And I mentioned before, cooking fires are showing a nominal increase. And when we drilled down on our numbers and looked at those things, unattended cooking in large family rentals seems to be a growing issue. And we're putting some programming in place this year to provide some outreach to those facilities to hopefully get those numbers down before it gets more out of control. Okay, training is a big part of fire and rescue. We had nearly 10,000 training hours in fiscal year 13 and 14. Those hours consisted of training in emergency operations, management, incident command, firefighter training, driver-operator training, which is very important to us, medical training, continuing to keep up all of the basic life support and EMT certifications. We've started technical rescue training and high-angle rescue. Our code enforcement certifications, we've certified more people in the department and completed all of the 6-hour requirements for annual update that we're required to do by the state. We've had numerous firefighters attend the National Fire Academy for leadership classes and executive fire officer development. The community outreach program in fire rescue is the backbone of what we do, and we really appreciate working with other town departments on various events throughout the community. We had 2,447 fire education participants in fiscal year 13 and 14, and that's an increase of about 300 from the prior year. Those people attended events like the Fire and Rescue Youth Prevention Night that we hold every October during Fire Prevention Week. They attended CPR classes. We provided outreach and fire extinguisher training in different parts of the community, the school systems. Of course, people coming by to visit Station 16 and Station 21. So that's the bulk of the people that we did some public education with. Our pit fire permit program this year just went through the roof. We would have sometimes 30 and 40 people a night. And if you were anywhere near the ocean front, you knew that. So it was very successful, and we doubled our pit fire permits from the prior year. It was a good year for that, and people really enjoyed getting out with their families. We provided a little bit of outreach at the event site movie night for the first part of the year. And of course, as the police chief mentioned, we worked with the Safe Routes to School and some of the community police events that worked out really, really well. Okay. Nice slide of just some of our interaction with the kids, some of the school pictures and apparatus and staff, and it's usually a real enriching experience. Part of what we do that's state required and mandated is mandatory commercial fire inspections with code enforcement officials in our community. These are just commercial inspections. We don't go into any homes or residential occupancies. Some of the most common hazards that we saw this year were electrical hazards, emergency lighting deficiencies, and some fire extinguisher issues. So they were normally handled pretty quickly and pretty easily. We didn't have anything outstanding at the end of the year. We still continue to utilize the 5 E's of fire education: enforcement, engineering, economic incentives, and then lastly, emergency response. The Nags Head Fire Department reached a significant benchmark with the state this year. We are now the distribution point and the lead agency for all of the child safety seat inspection programs in the county. So we warehouse all of the seats that come from the state. We distribute those to other agencies, and we maintain now 19 certified child safety seat technicians. So you can go to any fire station in Nags Head and get a car seat, get a check, make sure your seat is installed properly, and we did that 81 times this year, this prior fiscal year. So we had quite a few visits. having the hospital in our district probably contributes to some of that.
I'd like to ask just a quick question on that. Your technicians, when they're checking the seat, do they also interact with the citizen as far as the proper use of the seat and the belting in of the child so that that second half of that protection is there?
They do, absolutely. It's an instructional program, and so they actually have the individual who's learning how to install the seat to do it several times, and then they make sure it's done properly. They inspect the seat to make sure that it's in proper safety compliance, and if it's not, if it's one that's been checked off as something that's not supposed to be in use, then they replace that. But they do some education for sure. And we gave out 10 car seats provided to the community, and these came from the state. So, okay. As you know, Nags Head Fire Rescue has been involved in some of the prescribed burning activities in Nags Head Woods. You know, this past year, we were involved in a little bit of a lesson capacity. We worked alongside of North Carolina Forestry and the Nature Conservancy, and we worked to burn about 8 acres of understory, not big trees, just understory, to reduce some of the fuel and improve some of the buffer zones and provide a separation between residential areas and the forest. So we did a lot of that along the power line in Nags Head Woods and along the town trail. If you were out there, you might have seen some of that area. It's recovered nicely, and it remains fuel-free. I think this year we'll probably look at some additional tracks that will have some prescribed burning in. And again, this provides protection for some of our residential neighborhoods that are in the wildland-urban interface. So. Moving on to ocean rescue. We had 328 water rescues in fiscal year 13-14 versus 142 the prior year, so it was a bigger year. We assisted 349 people. We had 1,497,084 estimated beach patrons. That was an increase of about 170,000 from the previous year. We gave or provided about 270,479 educational advisories, and this was also an increase. And if you break it down, just looking at the numbers, for each staff person that we had out there, that's 40 to 50 contacts a day if you spread it out over the whole 6 to 7 month season. So quite a few contacts, and they probably do a lot more than that in season. We had 13 ocean closure days this prior fiscal year as opposed to 0 the year before. Here's some of the data from the Ocean Rescue Unit for the fiscal year 13-14. I'm not going to get into that too much. I've covered the people assisted and emergency response, of course, with no assistance needed. We had some of those, and actual water rescues. We did have 1 drowning last year. Some of the most I guess, visible parts of our ocean rescue unit is seeing our lifeguards running up and down the beach, and you know, whether they're on ATVs or they're training, and they put that training to good use. And fiscal year 13-14, we conducted the first Southeast Regional Championship at Jeanette's Pier, and we almost took first place. We took second place, but it was good. It was a good event. I was really proud to have it here, and our guards just did fantastic and kept up with the protection of the beach at the same time. So that was a great event. We added a new lifeguard stand at Town Hall Beach Access. That was the 4th of the lifeguard stands that we're adding in our sequential years, 5 years of adding a stand. And so that we really did have some rescues at that stand. That was a good location to place it. And we always wonder, you know, we kind of cluster the data to see where it's going to be most effective, and that worked out well to have it here at Town Hall. So we also cross-trained 4 firefighters as USLA lifeguard certified personnel. So they were able to work on the engine and also work on the beach in times when we needed more help. Moving on to the fire reserve, I'll mention that Perry White is our support supervisor. He's out here in the audience, and he's a member of our fire reserve. We have about 14 members. We have fire operations folks that do firefighting and medical response and ride on the engine and write permits and inspections. And we have a chaplain. Perry works in support, and we have an administrative person who comes in every Tuesday to help out in the front office. And so Paulette is just invaluable for that. The reserve folks respond to fire and weather emergencies. They work the ham radios, they answer the phones, they get on the engines, they do whatever we ask them to do. They attend training, and they come out to our special events and work with the public. Another great accomplishment from fiscal year 13-14 was that we were awarded the SHARP certification by Cherie Berry, the North Carolina Commissioner of Labor. She came to a meeting on the 17th of February in 2014 and presented the town with some wonderful certificates, and we got just great commendations from that. We dovetailed some of these events with Safety Week, which we do annually. That was May 4th through the 10th. We conducted some training for all town staff, CPR, back safety, workplace safety, driver-operator training, and 4-hour defensive driving. And the Board of Commissioners declared May 2014, or that week, 4th through the 10th, Safety Week. And we kind of rewarded all the town employees with a nice safety luncheon afterwards. I'll talk a little bit about grants. Our grant funding was down a little bit this year. We were successful in gaining a 50% grant for the funding of the fireworks from the Outer Banks Visitors Bureau, which I think was about $8,000, I believe. The Outer Banks Community Foundation was also very generous in awarding us $3,200 for 2 beach wheelchairs that will help us further assist those needing some special access out onto the beach. And I included our snapshot of our storm truck at Station 21 with firefighter Dillon because it was a grant-funded program. It was a military acquisition program, and we completed all of our requirements, and we have it painted and striped, and it's ready to go. And it was all done in-house and with town staff. So just did a great job. They're real proud of it.
Already been used to an Arthur, what?
It was, absolutely. It was ready to go. We didn't have to do too much, thank goodness. That's all I have. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief.
I'd like to, again, just make one comment, and this is in appreciation to the fire department for the service you provide for lift assistance and medical assistance. Very rapid, quick response, and very professional, and really makes a big difference for those people who are maybe suddenly or temporarily disabled and don't know where else to turn, and you help out immensely. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass it along. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to bring up the rear and give you the public works portion of the program.
All right, sir.
Clean up the battlefield.
The first slide you see here is the major projects for the year. As you can see, the drainage improvements. There was a pipe replacement at Nags Head Pond, one in Nags Head Acres. We had some pipe installation done in conjunction with adding on some pipe in Vista Colony. We completed some other aspects of the effluent pipe installation back in Vista Colony. Albatross Street, we replaced a pipe underneath Albatross Street. The Village of Nags Head over here on the beach road, that was that pipe installation which we worked with the contractor and the engineer to get that done. And also at Whalebone Junction, we participated in replacing a pipe in a catch basin down in that area to improve the drainage coming off of that site. Major roadway projects, we had the Carolinian Circle Improvement Project and our Powell Bill work in Nags Head Cove, at Hesperides Drive, Sturgeon Drive, Shiner Drive, and Blue Marlin Way. We paved the patch after a few months of cold weather and not getting it paved, and quite a few complaints about the hole that was there. We got that done. We completed another section of the multi-use path going from Vista to Villa Dunes Drive down to the Northridge subdivision. And the completion of the South Nags Head path, patching and taking out some of the old concrete that was cracked, that had some trip hazards and things in it. We finally completed that section. Water main extensions. We put in a water main extension in conjunction with the Carolinian Circle Road project, the Pond Island water main extension. Another project that we completed was adding the 4 offices up here in Town Hall. The sand fencing project, bidding and construction and oversight of that. Brush grinding, and the debris monitoring and management RFQ and the contracts, which has become a pretty lengthy project to get done now through all the different FEMA guidelines that we need to go through. Next was the assistance, and this was mainly due with David assisting the planning department. The establishment of the townwide sand relocation permit and Camel Major beach nourishment permit amendment, which David worked many hours to go ahead and get that done as quickly as he did, and with assistance too with Commissioner Cahoon meeting out on site with different people from Camel to get that done. Like I said, David, kudos to him because he put in a lot of hours to get that done and as quickly so we could go ahead and get started. The other one was the assistant in the development of the implementation of the stormwater management ordinance and update, which again took a lot of time, but we got that done. The assistant in the development of the parking ordinance update, which is still going on, as you know. The assistant in the conceptual plan of the Soundside Boardwalk, and participation in the stormwater working group. That is still going on. Facilities maintenance. Facilities maintenance still maintains 37 miles of streets, 13 miles of multi-use path, 130 trash cans that mainly on the beach, 6 public restrooms, 33 crosswalks, and another mile of sidewalk on our interior streets. Maintains an excellent physical condition of the town buildings and property. Of course, you know, Town Hall, Public Works, Fire and Rescue Stations 16, 20, and 21, 42 beach and 6 sound accesses. The new park at Whalebone Junction, the Outer Banks Medical Center, and we have started doing some work on Dowdy Park, which if you've seen pictures of it from August to it is now, you will see that they spent a lot of time there, go ahead and trying to get it cleaned up and stuff so we can go ahead and start using it. We use it for the Pumpkin Fair and also for the Seafood Festival for parking. The staffing hours for facilities maintenance, we had stormwater drainage maintenance was 139 hours. Storm-related work was 90 hours, which was contributed to Arthur in July. The building maintenance hours was 1,195 hours. Beach access maintenance is 5,711 hours. Quite a bit of that was basically due to sand removal, which we did mostly through April and in through May. So that's where a lot of those maintenance hours came from, was for sand removal. The cleaning of the town facilities was 1,924 hours. The street maintenance was 794 hours. Town facility landscaping was 958 hours. Multi-use path was 748 hours. And right-of-way mowing was 396 hours. The maintenance garage. As you can see, the maintenance garage had an increase over their workload this year of 25%. You can see the labor hours also increased over this year. And the reason why that was, we had somebody that was out on sick leave the year before. They worked shorthanded, so this year we were able to go ahead and hire somebody part-time and also get somebody full-time in there. And so that's why you see that increase in the labor hours for the maintenance garage. Still maintains licensed vehicles, numerous unlicensed equipment is ATV, mowers, backhoes, and other equipment. And assimilates all new vehicles and replacement vehicles into the fleet. The next slide here is for sanitation. It's our commercial refuse collection, and you see that it has stayed pretty steady over the last year, actually, for the last couple of years, and we'll get to another slide, you can see that has stayed pretty steady. The residential has stayed steady. We had a slight decrease in residential, and we would like to hope that some of that is through our efforts for recycling. And here you can see the total between commercial and residential has stayed pretty steady over the last, this year, over last, and actually the last couple of years. And like I said, here you see the graph that kind of depicts that we've stayed pretty steady with our trash. Next slide, we come to, this is the tons for recycle that are done by the subscribers. You can see on this, we basically, it's kind of been up and down. We really don't know why those months are down. Talk to the contractor to see, but we really can't, figure out why it was down for those 3 months at that time of the year. We would think it would be pretty steady because everybody was pretty much home and stuff. I really don't think the cold weather, there's somebody said, well, maybe because it was so cold, but I don't think the cold weather really had that much to do with it. And here on this slide, you can see the customer count. Basically, this has stayed flat for the last 3 years. Actually, we lost a few subscribers this year. So we figured that we just plateaued. Where we're going to be. We're not really going to pick up any new subscribers. And this will just pretty much stay the way it is. Like I said, we've seen this for the last 2 or 3 years that it has stayed at this level. The brush yard, again, we have collected a tremendous amount of brush at this drop-off yard. It's for a place that has no trees, I don't know where it all comes from. Really, I don't. We have more, and then actually we have more this year than we had last year already out there, which we're getting ready to grind. The brush yard is a big success. To be honest with you, it takes a big workload off of us, especially in the summer season where people would just throw things out, bring them out. As you can see, we had a slight increase over it, but you can see how many people bring things to that yard. And when it's not open, we have people all the time asking us, can't we increase it to 5 days a week? But like I said, you can see the numbers there at how many people, 5,285 people use it this year. And again, we try to use that mulch up, but with the amount of mulch that we have, it's impossible for us to use all that mulch. Water distribution. Water distribution installed the 3 wells on Wellfield Road, installed the automatic flushes at Oregon Inlet Marina, and performed several main repairs. had 34 water taps, and 13-14 versus what we had this year was 41, which is, I mean, 12-13, which was a slight decrease. But what we see now with all the new houses going, we are going to see a significant increase in water taps for next year. We had 7 water main repairs, 65 service line repairs, 16 after-hour call versus 13 this year. And last year we had 1,584 locates versus the 1,281 this year. And we really don't know why they're down. It seems like buildings is up. A lot of the locates last year, though, was for Charter Cable putting new cable down the bypass. The other major projects that were done was the 8th Street water tower inspection, the 8th Street groundwater tank inspection, Gold Street #1 motor bearing, and some people said that wasn't a major project, but when your #1 pump goes out at the end of July at the pumping station, it's a major project to go ahead and get that back online, especially when you've got to get the parts here to get it going again. So that's why Nancy put that in, because she was sweating bullets there for about 3 days. And you can see the water that is pumped has been pretty, pretty steady over the last years from the year before. And it shows just a 6% decrease, which is not very much when you're dealing with the total volume of water that we're pumping. And actually, the biggest increase that you see is in those months of January, February, and March. And the reason for that being is last year we didn't flush, 12-13, we didn't flush the system. We flushed the system last year. So that's why those 3 months you're seeing that increase over the year before.
Can I ask a really dumb question, Ralph? When we flush all of our hydrants and so forth, how much water do we use to do
We're
that?
figuring we use somewhere around anywhere between 10 and 11 million gallons when we flush our system.
So that's a lot of water going out into the...
That is a lot of water going out.
That's a lot of, that's
our groundwater.
counts for that difference there on the chart.
Thank you.
And this is the last slide, and you can see that it kind of coincides of the water use, like I said, during the flushing.
Wrap it up, as we're required to in every year, and for Kim and I to stay employed, we had a balanced budget. Expenditures did exceed revenues, and that's mainly because of the 2 things. One, the purchase that we took out for the Dowdy Park, and then also, while funds are budgeted in 12 and 13, there's some carryover when we purchase large items like a fire truck, sanitation truck, dump truck. Those items that'll cause a hit. But the expenditures were over by 1.8, but we had budgeted 2.3 to come out of fund balance. Okay. Variable fund balance at the end of the year was $10,396,478 versus just over 10 million the previous year. If we put this figure in there, the LGC calculated number at 8% for us would be, which is what they recommend. It's not what they require, but recommend. But that's, for coastal communities, I think they would recommend higher. But if we went by the 8%, we would have $1.5 million. Available fund balance as a percentage of expenditures We are at 53%, which is down, as you can see, from the previous year of 64%. And again, the land use and acquisition and the increase in expenditures. Our total townwide cash and investments, again, down at $16 million versus just over $17 million the previous year. That wraps it up. So if you have any questions, again, thanks to the staff and Roberta for putting all this together. If you have any questions for me or for any of us, we'll be happy to answer them.
First of all, I am totally amazed at everything that's going on. Town staff has just done an outstanding job, and I really thank all of you for the outstanding work that you've done. It is really amazing when you see it all displayed this way. Does anybody have any questions or comments or concerns?
No, I'd like to compliment, I mean, the written report, and if you combine it with the audit report, you can stay awake reading them. I mean, they're really intense in terms of the amount of information in there and the amount that's going on and then the amount that the staff is managing and obviously managing well. Really nice.
Just one comment. I'm really happy to see that we are still a customer service town. I liked especially the public safety, all the interaction. I know that a lot of the other staffs don't have as much interaction. Planning department does. Sometimes, Andy, it seems like y'all get more negatives than positives, but to all the staff, I think y'all have provided the citizens a great service.
If I could, it's not always, everything's not always great. There are things that we learn from, there are things that we can improve upon, and we know that. And I think it's very important for us to recognize that. And for example, I'll know in Ocean Rescue, in the beginning of the summer, we heard a lot of folks that were upset about the location where we moved one of those stands, and we listened, and Fire Chief and myself and Ocean Rescue, we found out a way to put that back. And so we do try to listen. We know we've got some issues that we need to address. And when we hear those, we want to take those into consideration. A lot of those manpower hours that you saw in Ralph's department, a lot of that it's due to us listening to the citizens and how can we be more helpful and more customer friendly, and we do try to listen. Kim's already recognized that some of the things that Teresa said, so we're taking input from the auditor, we're taking input from citizens, from you, from businesses, and we do want to improve. We know we're not perfect. We want to be, and we'll continue to try to be.
Yes, Barbara?
For what it's worth, I'd just like to say that I don't view all complaints as necessarily well-founded. A lot of times, the conditions, situations, and resources on your staff do not allow you to do everything that some citizens would like to do. And we get in low periods when we're under-resourced, and there are time crunches and natural catastrophes and things where we just can't do what everybody wants you to do. But that doesn't mean we have to change things. It means we have to get through that surge period and get back to what was a good process to begin with. And so sometimes we just have to take those with a grain of salt and keep going with the right direction.
Can I piggyback on that for a second? Because we're in a unique situation. Many of our property owners are from not only out of town, but out of state. And they live where there are the rules, regulations, and the laws where they live are 180 out from North Carolina. And so they need to, when they come in here, a lot of these things that Marvin mentions, simply don't know. This is North Carolina, this is how we do it, and how it happens somewhere else, maybe, but we just can't do that. There's a different, and so you need to learn those sort of things when you come in and be prepared to accept that. We're in a different environment here, and within you guys work well within it.
Cliff, we thank you and the entire staff for an outstanding job, very well done. Our next item will be L1, which is item 1 under the mayor agenda.
Would that be K?
It's an L. Board of Commissioners agenda?
What'd you say?
At the bottom of the page, all right? We'll go back to item K.
Two quick items. Veterans Day ceremony, November 11th, 11 a.m., Town Hall. And Community Watch that same evening, 7 p.m. Here. We're upping the frequency, and I'm not sure where Chief Brinkley, he disappeared. We look like we may be starting a new program in here, so I'll defer talking about it. And did you want me to mention the new program or not?
That would be great, sir. I'm sorry, I was in the back working on some
Okay.
information for the manager.
We're, the police department, in conjunction with Community Watch, are going to look at we're going to call it a community police activity, which is not turn everybody into policemen, but it's an information-based program to get, to put out the word about what happens, what we do, and it's kind of what fired everything. So it's a way to get more of the word out about what public safety does for the people in the town. So we're going to be starting to talk about that in the meeting next Tuesday evening.
Okay, thank you. Margaret?
Two quick items. Ralph mentioned the Stormwater Committee in his report. The committee has been active, the staff has been more active because they haven't needed much guidance from the committee recently, but at the same time, they're also heavily involved in other cross-department responsibilities. So as any campaign plan doesn't survive first battle, we need to update you on the stormwater plan and the priorities and the timelines. So we'd like to come back in December and give you a quick update on that
Make
matrix
as a-
and where we stand.
As an agenda item for December. Carol, if you make note of that, please.
And just secondly, very quickly, for the general public, the mayor mentioned at the last meeting that we lost one of our great citizens recently in Gene Acree, super citizen and former commissioner. And it's publicly available information that there will be a celebration of life for Ms. Acree on November 16th from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Outer Banks Pier. And one of her parting directions was she wanted a party at the pier. And so that's
Okay.
what that will be.
Thank you very much, Marvin. That's a very personal loss for all of us. Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing on my agenda.
Okay, now, item L. I sent you a letter from Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Department of Interior, in reference to wind energy areas located off the coast of North Carolina. That letter requested a notification from the town if we're interested in participating as a consulting party when these leases are discussed within the wind area. So that's the question before us today, so we can answer that letter. Are we interested in participating as a consulting party?
Yes.
We can answer that. We really should be able to name a person as our lead person. Would y'all like for me to take that lead and have that communication come to me? And
Fine by me.
so if that's the case, we can entertain a motion that we will notify BOEM that we are interested in participating as a consulting party, and I will be the point person for that. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Just remember, take the words we got about interest and concern and looking forward to and all that nice stuff in there.
We'll give them a letter on that.
Good.
Any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, there being none. We need to have a fairly lengthy closed session now. Mr. Lighty, I guess we can combine all of these together.
Yes, sir. I would suggest that the board enter closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3 in order to confer with the board attorney regarding the sand soda litigation and the town's beach nourishment easement condemnation cases, and also pursuant to statute 143-318.11A1, I'm sorry, 7, not 1, 7, in order to avoid the premature disclosure of an award or honorarium.
And then we've got.
Oh, and you have real property, that's right.
More there. Real property.
The real property one is that'll be under A5 in order to discuss the potential acquisition of the Causeway property east of the estuarine property. Do you have the address for that?
7411 Virginia Dare Trail.
7411 Virginia Dare Trail, and also to confer with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege under the same statutes already cited.
Have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by moving into closed session for those items, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, there being none. We will be a while. Board of Commissioners back in session. Board discussed this Sansoda case with our attorney, and
I have notes if you'd like me to do it, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, if you would, please.
All right. The board did confer with the town attorney regarding the various matters of litigation that we had entered closed session to discuss. The board also conferred with the town attorney regarding other potential claims. No actions were taken on those matters. The board also discussed a matter that would involve an honorarium and took action on that, but there's no report on that in order to prevent premature disclosure of that award. And no other actions were taken.
Okay.
Are we having a mid-month meeting? Are we having a mid-month
I
meeting?
don't know of any reason to have a mid-month meeting. Is there anything on the agenda we need to? Oh, that's all
Then
right.
I'd make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign.